After brief opening remarks, members will receive testimony from our witnesses today, and the hearing will be open to questions. In consultation with the ranking member and pursuant to Rule 11E, I want to make members of the subcommittee aware that other members of the full committee may be joining us today. So over the course of today, members of the subcommittee will hear testimony from producers and leaders of 10 national commodity organizations. These witnesses represent a broad segment of American agriculture and know firsthand the challenges facing farmers and rural Americans. Since 2018 Farm Bill was enacted into law, the agriculture sector has experienced numerous shifts in federal policy outside of our standard Farm Bill programs. This includes trade aid to respond to illegal retaliatory actions by China, a variety of programs enacted in response to the coronavirus pandemic, and numerous iterations of disaster assistance responding to extreme weather events. All told, over $90 billion in ad hoc assistance has been provided over the past 6 years. While this assistance was much needed at the time and has allowed many of our farmers to survive economic conditions they may not have otherwise, it is not predictable, reliable, or fiscally responsible to expect such assistance in the future. That is why making improvements to the 2023 Farm Bill is so critical. Farmers need assurance that over the next 5 years, a safety net will be in place that can stand the test of changing markets and extreme weather events. Title I programs, specifically agriculture risk coverage and price loss coverage, otherwise known as ARC and PLC, were established in the 2014 Farm Bill, and the reference price used to determine assistance were set using 2012 cost of production data. Meanwhile, inflation has gone up significantly since 2012, and the price of most inputs have doubled or even tripled since 2021 alone. Farm sector debt is at record high levels, and net farm income is expected to fall 16% from 2022 to 2023. These warning signs underscore the importance of our work in the 2023 Farm Bill. As the risk challenges of farming continue to mount, I think it is safe to say that if you're not farming today, you're likely not going to be farming tomorrow. As we deliberate, we must make sure we're doing everything we can to help all beginning young and small farmers and taking care of future generations. One thing I want to point out is that approximately 90% of our nation's food comes from approximately 12% of our producers. I want to say that again. 90% of the food supply inside the United States comes from approximately 12% of our producers. There's no question that food security is national security, and that 12% does considerable work in making sure that we have the abundant, affordable food supply that we depend on. The testimony we will hear today will shed light on what improvements will be necessary to ensure we get the policy right and can craft a 5-year farm bill that meets the needs of producers across the country. I look forward to hearing proposals on how we can ensure the safety net is being appropriately targeted to acres in production and the farmers bearing the financial risk of growing the food and fiber to feed and clothe not just this nation, but consumers across the world. I want to thank the first panel of witnesses appearing here today and preemptively say thank you to the witnesses appearing on the second panel later this afternoon. Your testimony is a vital part of the information gathering process that will guide our committee in the Farm Bill reauthorization process. With that, I yield to the ranking member of the subcommittee, Congresswoman Shontel Brown, for any opening remarks that she would like to make.
Thank you. Good morning. I would like to begin by thanking Chairman Scott for gathering us together today for this hearing. It is a distinct honor and privilege to serve as the ranking member of the General Farm Commodities, Risk Management, and Credit Subcommittee. In the American spirit of collaboration and bipartisanship, I look forward to working with you, Chairman Scott, to ensure that fundamental safety net programs and risk management tools that our farmers and ranchers rely on to feed America's families are buttressed and bolstered. These issues represent an intersection of the most important issues impacting our farmers and ranchers and subsequently American families. As we begin to work in earnest to craft the 2023 Farm Bill, it is my sincere hope to work effectively together with a collective goal of providing our nation's farmers and families within our subcommittee's jurisdiction. However, Mr. Chairman, what's crucial to achieving that goal is ensuring that diverse perspectives are represented at the table and here in our committee room. Yet, As I look at our panel this morning, and as I will again later this afternoon, I would be remiss if I did not draw attention to the stark lack of diversity represented here today in terms of farm size, gender, and race. Our nation's strength in agriculture and as a people is our diversity. We must acknowledge that this farm bill is for everyone, no matter what you look like, what you grow, or where you grow it. Mr. Chairman, I hope it is easy for you to agree that a critical component of writing a farm bill that works for all is ensuring that everyone is invited to sit at the table. I would like to enter into the record a letter formally requesting an official opportunity for us to hear from minority and disadvantaged farmers and stakeholders on farm bill issues pertaining to the subcommittee.
Without objection.
Thank you. Today's hearing gives us the opportunity to hear directly from our major commodity groups' leaderships to share their perspectives on how the existing Farm Bill Title I and Title 11 programs have served their commodities. I also look forward to hearing insights regarding our direction for the upcoming 2023 Farm Bill. The uptick in production costs over the last few years, coupled with the increased frequency of natural disasters, make it imperative that we ensure the protection and resiliency of our farm safety net programs and risk management tools. Over the last 6 years, we have seen nearly $70 billion in ad hoc payments to producers. This is $70 billion in addition to our existing Farm Bill safety net and disaster mitigation programs. These dollars, although welcomed by those who receive them, have been distributed in an inequitable manner, favoring certain producers over others, as has been confirmed by the Government Accountability Agency. We have also heard in the case of ad hoc disaster aid that these payments are often incredibly delayed, sometimes not reaching eligible producers until months after the disasters occurred. This is the bottom line. These ad hoc payments are unpredictable, unreliable, and inefficient. It is our duty to ensure that the upcoming Farm Bill includes a strong, upfront investment in the farm safety net to provide our producers with timely assistance when disaster strikes. When it comes to ensuring that producers of all backgrounds, including specialty crop growers, urban farmers, socially disadvantaged, and beginning farmers, have the tools they need to succeed and meaningfully contribute to our nation's food supply chain. I'm always willing to collaborate with colleagues across the aisle whenever and wherever possible because our producers come before politics. I am eager to hear from our witnesses today and those we have in the future to get firsthand and frank insight into what is working well within the various program areas and where there is room for improvement. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Brown. And I now recognize Chairman Thompson for any opening comments he'd like to make.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Brown for holding this important hearing. As you all are aware, over the last 4 months, the Agriculture Committee has been working overtime to hear the input of stakeholders, not just through hearings in Washington, D.C., but at field listening sessions across the country. Several of us just returning from one of these listening sessions in Gainesville, Florida, and others who attended events in New York, Texas, California, and my home state of Pennsylvania. We had a roundtable actually on Friday in North Carolina. And in addition, I've traveled over 40 states since initially becoming the Republican leader of the House Committee on Agriculture. And I've done this because I know that to get the policy right, we need to hear directly from the folks in the countryside instead of voices within the Beltway. Today, the countryside is coming to us, and I am very pleased that we will hear directly from producers about the priorities of 10 national commodity groups. To have that gathered in one room in one place in one day is pretty incredible, and so thank you to both the chairman and the ranking member for making that happen. These policies were developed through grassroots efforts of the members of those associations and will provide valuable insight to the committee as we work to craft a strong, on-time, and effective 2023 Farm Bill. Through listening sessions and my travels, I've heard loud and clear that the farm safety net, both commodity policy and crop insurance, needs improvements. These improvements will come with a price tag, which is why it was so critical that Ranking Member David Scott, and myself were able to craft a strong budget views and estimates letter that was unanimously adopted by the committee. This letter to the Budget Committee clearly articulated the needs and justifications for additional resources to write a meaningful farm bill. To maximize the impact of any additional funding that may come, we will need valuable feedback from stakeholders about where those dollars can go to the furthest to assist our farmers and ranchers and foresters, which will ultimately benefit consumers and rural communities. The insight from today's hearing is an important part of ensuring members of this committee have a clear understanding of the right policy. Then it will be incumbent upon us to navigate the policies that get the best possible farm bill to the President's desk. This is no small undertaking, and it will require all of us, stakeholders and members alike, to pull on our work boots. But if there is any sector that knows the value of hard work, it's agriculture. So I want to thank all the witnesses for being here today, for their participation, and throughout this process. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I give a very brief introduction of the people that are testifying before us today, I want to remind all of the members that we will have a second panel that will begin at 2 o'clock today. And so once the first panel has completed, we will break, and then we will have a second panel at 2 o'clock. Our first witness today is Mr. Tom Haig, President of the National Corn Growers Association. The next witness on this panel is Mr. Sean Holliday, Chairman of the National Cotton Council. Our third witness today is Mr. Aaron Flansburgh, Chairman of USA Dry Pea and Lentil Council. Our next witness is Mr. Kirk Satterfield, Chairman of USA Rice. Our fifth and final witness for this panel is Mr. Andrew Moore, President of the U.S. Canola Association. Thank you all for being here today. We're now going to proceed with the testimony. You will each have 5 minutes. The timer in front of you will count down to 0, at which point the time has expired. So please begin to wrap your comments up as you see it approaching 0. Mr. Haig, please begin when you are ready.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Brown and the rest of the members for this opportunity here to testify today. My name is Tom Haig. I am a fourth-generation family farmer from south central Minnesota, where my son and I grow 1,700 acres of corn and soybeans. And I am currently the president of the National Corn Growers Association. Farmers across the country are busy today planting seeds and preparing for a strong crop and a future harvest. The committee continued outreach is laying critical groundwork for a strong bipartisan farm bill. Corn growers are as optimistic for this process as we are for this year's harvest. This morning, I will focus my testimony on NCGA's top farm bill recommendations for the crop insurance and commodity prices. The areas of emphasis for corn growers are summarized in our key principles: protecting the federal crop insurance, strengthening the producer safety net, bolstering U.S. international market developments, and supporting voluntary conservation programs. Our Farm Bill recommendations seek to make USD programs more effective and responsive through strategic investments and policy enhancements. Federal crop insurance has proven track record for helping producers quickly respond to natural disasters. Corn growers consistently rank top crop insurance as the most important program and title of the Farm Bill. We strongly oppose any efforts to restrict producers' access to crop insurance products and oppose harmful programs cuts that would negatively impact crop insurance products, their delivery, or the sound structure of the program. One area where crop insurance can be improved is the cost of coverage to producers. NCGA boldly supports increasing affordability of crop insurance. Many corn growers purchase endorsement policies and higher levels up of buy-up. But others, the individual costs of purchasing coverage can discourage higher levels of coverage. In the commodity title, ARC program provides important countercyclical revenue coverage for farmers. Corn growers have identified 2 places to improve the program's effectiveness. Currently, ARC County payments rate may not exceed 10% of the county benchmark revenue. This maximum payment rate has limited assistance provided to producers. NCGA supports increasing the maximum rate above 10% in order to provide increased assistance to growers who experience significant revenue losses. For example, in the year 2020, growers across Iowa suffered major losses due to the derecho. The yield losses were widespread and deep enough for our county to trigger payments to multiple counties, but the program's effectiveness was restricted due to the limitations. NCGA also recommends increasing the coverage level for our county above the current 86% of the county's revenue benchmark to make programs more responsive to revenue losses. The PLC program provides important price protection for farmers. Corn growers value the PLC program as optional, particularly during the periods of sustained lower average prices. The current statutory reference price for corn is $3.70 per bushel, well below the current market price and long-term historical average prices. NCGA supports strengthening the effective reference prices escalator, which allows more responsive price protection. The provision is capped at 115%. The statutory reference price for corn, the escalator would be capped at $4.26. For corn growers, the effective reference price is expected to trigger higher levels of price protection starting in the year 2024. NCGA supports strengthening this market mechanism by raising the 115% cap or modifying the formula to be more responsive to changes in the market. NCGA supports funding the Market Access Program and the Foreign Market Development Program. NCGA also supports 3 initiatives to make the existing working land conservation programs more effective. We appreciate the budget challenges and varied approaches to current issues impacting agriculture sector. Corn growers stand ready to provide additional feedback and support as the legislative process moves forward towards a successful Farm Bill harvest this year.
Mr. Hague, we're approaching beyond the 5 minutes. We're having problems with the clock, but if you could just finish up, I would appreciate it. Are you done?
I'm sorry.
We're obviously having problems with the timer. So
Okay, I'm through anyway, though. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. What do we need to do on the timer? Do you want me to just do a 5-minute clock?
Yeah, I'll run a 5-minute clock.
All right, we're going to run a 5-minute clock, and I'll raise my hand when you've got 1 minute. Fair enough? All right. Mr. Holliday, please begin when you're ready.
Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Brown, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Sean.
I'm sorry, could you move the mic a little closer?
How's that? Okay. Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Brown, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Sean Holliday, and I'm a 4th-generation cotton farmer from West Texas. I also currently serve as the National Cotton Council's chairman for 2023. The general structure of the along with my wife, Julie, and daughter, Katie, I better mention them because they're at home farming. Our family owns and operates H2H Farms. I'm also a partner in a cotton gin there south of Lamesa. The general structure of the 2018 Farm Bill has served the industry well and should be maintained. However, additional funding is necessary to address challenges both on the farm and throughout the supply chain. A strong safety net must consist of 2 key components: an effective commodity policy that provides either price or revenue protection to address prolonged periods of low prices and depressed market conditions, and a strong and fully accessible suite of crop insurance products that producers can purchase to tailor risk management. Supply chain disruptions and geopolitical challenges have led to a dramatic increase in production costs, leading to tighter margins and decreased profitability. Total production costs now range between 90 cents and $1 per pound, which is well above the futures prices in the low 80s. Well, when calculated based on seed cotton, the cost of production is almost 48 cents, far above the PLC reference price of 36.7 cents per pound. Today's production costs are diminishing the effectiveness of the current reference price, which should be increased. Additionally, cotton producers should not face limits to their crop insurance options. Eliminating the prohibition on simultaneous enrollment of PLC and the Stacked Income Protection Plan, or STACS, would allow a grower to better tailor their risk management options while also decreasing their reliance on ad hoc disaster programs. On the topic of financing, the non-recourse marketing loan program for upland cotton remains vital for the U.S. cotton industry. However, despite higher production costs, the maximum level of the loan rate has remained at 52 cents since 2002, and would be increased it should be increased to better reflect the cost of productions and recent market prices. Furthermore, various loan repayment provisions should be modernized to better reflect the global market and higher storage and logistics costs. These improvements include allowing storage credits to better reflect actual storage charges, determining a globally competitive adjusted world price based on 3 lowest international prices, limiting the amount of the annual decline in cost of market values, creating a 30-day window for finalizing the AWP. We should also remember that not all cotton is the same. The 2018 Farm Bill continued important programs for Pima cotton, which is grown in parts of the West. The 2023 Farm Bill should increase the Pima loan rate to a more reflective level of pricing and cost of production. To ensure this commodity remains competitive abroad, the next Farm Bill should also add marketing loan functionality to the Pima loan and maintain both the Pima Cotton Competitiveness Payment Program and the Pima Cotton Trust Fund. On the domestic manufacturing front, the Economic Adjustment Assistance for Textile Mills program has allowed investments in new equipment and technology, thereby reducing cost, increasing efficiency, and allowing U.S. mills to be more competitive. To support American manufacturing, we urge Congress to restore the rate of 4 cents per pound that was in place prior to 2012. Trade is vital to our industry, which is why the Market Access Program and Foreign Market Development Program are so important. Our industry supports the coalition to promote U.S. agriculture exports proposal to double funding for both MAP and FMD. Finally, our industry is opposed to any further tightening of payment limits and program eligibility requirements. We are encouraged that Congress has recognized this reality in recent disaster assistance by including increased payment limit levels to producers who realize a majority of their income from their farming operation. This same consideration should be given to Title I program limits in the next Farm Bill. In closing, I encourage the committee to write a farm bill that provides long-term stability for the future and addresses the challenges that continue to be faced by our industry. Thank you for this opportunity, and I would be pleased to respond to any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley. Mr. Flansburgh, please begin when you're ready.
Sure, thank you. Hello, Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Brown, and microphone, hello, and members of the subcommittee. I'm Aaron Flansburgh. I'm a fifth-generation farmer from Palouse, and that's a farm in eastern Washington State. I currently am also the chair of the USA Dry Pea and Lentil Council, and I still have the privilege of farming with my parents and my wife, and my 3 kids are all on the farm as well. We grow pulses, of course. We also grow wheat, barley, canola, and alfalfa, and I'm working towards organic certification on part of our farm as well. On behalf of the USA Dry Pea and Lentil Council, I'd like to thank you all for having this opportunity to testify today and provide some of our perspectives on the 2023 Farm Bill. The USA Dry Pea and Lentil Council represents farmers, processors, exporters, food manufacturers of U.S. peas, lentils, and chickpeas, which are part of the larger family of crops called pulses, and these also include dry beans. Pulses are nutrient-dense, healthy, affordable, and agronomically and environmentally friendly. Pulses have a low water footprint and don't require much or any nitrogen fertilizer to be grown, and they're able to pull nitrogen out of the air to help the plant to grow. This makes pulses one of the most efficient sources of protein of any food available and one of the lowest greenhouse gas emitters per gram of protein produced of any food source. Pulses are grown throughout the United States, with most of the production in the northern tier states of Washington, Idaho, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Minnesota. We also have farmers in Nebraska who are part of our coalition and beyond. Dry peas, lentils, and chickpeas are Title I program crops, and these programs, along with crop insurance, are serving our growers well, providing a safety net and the risk management needed to allow producers to get financing for their annual production costs. We support the passage of a new farm bill and an increase to the budget baseline as an investment in food security for our nation and around the world. As you write the next farm bill, we support continuation and enhancement of Title I and crop insurance programs. First and foremost, funding must be maintained for federal crop insurance programs to provide essential risk management for farmers. Farm insurance provides a critical role in maintaining access for growers to get credit on their farms and the financial stability of my own farm. The Ag Rich Coverage, ARC, and Price Loss Coverage, PLC, programs should be continued with additional streamlining and flexibility. In place of the annual choice and sign up for ARC and PLC, we support a new idea of providing producers with the better of option for these two programs in any given year. For farmers with landlords, the current ability to switch between the ARC and PLC programs is made burdensome by a requirement for each landowner signed off on changes of enrollment. We'd like to see an allowance for farmers to use power of attorney to switch between options, and that would alleviate some of these administrative difficulties and encourage flexibility as on-farm needs shift. In addition, we believe that the crop insurance supplemental coverage option should be available for both PLC and ARC programs. If reference prices are adjusted, we'd be in favor of reference prices for dry peas, lentils, large chickpeas, and small chickpeas to be adjusted proportionately with other crops. The current CBO projections show prices declining significantly for all of our products from current levels. And there's a great concern that producers will suffer operational losses without triggering support intended from Title I programs. We'd like to point out that the current CBO price projections for dry peas, lentils, and chickpeas seems to be low. The current prices for 2023 are significantly higher than CBO estimated for this year, and based on that and the historical average prices, we believe CBO projections over the next 5 to 10 years are low, and that could impact the price of this farm bill and estimates for any changes to reference prices. Our organization also represents U.S. fava bean producers, and we request that fava beans be added to the list of crops exempt from the base acre reduction requirements when planting fruits and vegetables. We also support a voluntary update to base acres on farms. We also have a few other priorities I'd like to talk about. Increased support for ag research and pulse crop health initiative. We urge Congress to increase the authorization for the school pulse crops products program. We also support doubling the funding for both the market access program and the foreign market development programs. We support increased funding for food aid programs in the 2023 Farm Bill. And finally, the U.S. pulse producers have faced U.S. pulse processors have faced challenges due to natural disasters and supply chain and market disruptions. Like farmers, small processors need risk management programs. Thanks so much for your time. I appreciate the chance to speak to your committee.
And are our lights working now down front? Okay, so when you get to 1 minute, the yellow light will come on, and then the red light will come on when you reach your time. Mr. Flansburgh, thank you for your testimony. Mr. Satterfield, you are recognized. Please begin when you are ready.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Brown, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Kirk Satterfield, a third-generation family rice farmer from Bolivar County in the Mississippi Delta. I'm the current chairman of USA Rice, the national trade association representing all rice farmers and segments of the rice industry. Rice is grown on about 3 million acres across the U.S. Half of our rice is consumed domestically, while the other half is exported to more than 120 countries globally. Our industry has its challenges, as the global rice market is among the most distorted of any sector, a factor that underscores the vital importance of the U.S. farm safety net for farmers like me. On average, each rice farmer contributes $1 million to their local economy and employs 6 people. The broader $34 billion rice industry supports more than 125,000 jobs nationwide. Rice fields provide critical life-sustaining habitat for migratory waterfowl and other wildlife, and also contribute substantially to biodiversity, raising crawfish in the South and salmon nurseries in California. Rice did not experience a large run-up in market prices in 2020 and 2021, and the current PLC program could not adapt to the dramatic increases in cost of production. This led to the need for additional assistance for rice farmers for the 2022 crop year. Thank you for providing the critical funding for the fiscal year 2023 Omnibus Appropriations Bill. Rice prices remain very close to the reference price, calculated using 2012 cost of production and established in the 2014 Farm Bill, rendering the program unworkable for rice at its current level, since the current cost of production is nowhere near the 2012 levels. Texas A&M conducted a study in 2022 that showed 2/3 of rice farms were predicted to have negative net cash farm income for the 2022 crop year. USDA also reports a 30% increase in operating cost in 2022. As a high-cost input crop subject to severe global market distortion thanks to predatory trade practices of foreign countries, U.S. rice farmers are more vulnerable to the impacts of inflation and other global events that have caused increases to the cost of fuel, fertilizer, labor, as well as facing the highest interest rates many farmers today have ever experienced. We need a permanent fix to the rice farm safety net in the 2023 Farm Bill to ensure the long-term viability of the rice industry. Recent years have seen new obstacles that the 2018 Farm Bill could never have anticipated. In response to each of these events, supplemental assistance was authorized by the administration or Congress to support agriculture. We believe it is important to recognize that there were needs that the current bill simply could not handle. A strengthened safety net would ultimately be more cost-effective for farmers and taxpayers than continued ad hoc programs. We appreciated this committee's Budget Views and Estimates letter emphasizing the need to increase the baseline so that policy can be crafted to better anticipate and address the needs of family farms in volatile times. The PLC program has traditionally been our real true safety net. It's allowed us to better compete on a lopsided global playing field impacted by foreign subsidies, tariffs, and non-tariff barriers. For example, India subsidizes its rice producers by upwards of 90% and injected billions to offset escalating input costs. This is only one example of many predatory trade practices used by foreign competitors, and we continue to call for the U.S. to address these blatant WTO violations by India and others. USA Rice strongly believes reference prices under PLC need to be meaningfully increased and indexed in order to provide a safety net that remains relevant over the long haul. Payment limitations, AGI, and actively engaged rules are outdated, and we hope that Congress will take steps in the next Farm Bill to better reflect the risk for full-time farm families. This is a remedy that is long overdue. Planning flexibility has been a long-standing commitment to farmers by Congress to ensure that farmers are planning for the market and for the soil, and not for the government programs. Any updates or reallocations to base acres should be voluntary and the farmer's decision. In sum, the work you do is extremely important to the farm families that I represent, and I am truly grateful to have this opportunity to testify before you today. Thank you.
Mr. Satterfield, that was just right. You had 10 seconds to go. Mr. Moore, please begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Brown, and members of the subcommittee, and Chairman Thompson. As president of the U.S. Canola Association, I want to thank you for this opportunity to present the views of canola growers. I'm Andrew Moore. My family has been operating Moore Seed and Grain Farms since 1955 in the beautiful mountains and river bottoms of northwest Georgia. During the winter, we grow canola, wheat, barley, and Cossack black oats. Then during the summer, corn, full season, and double crop soybeans, sunflowers, and grain sorghum. To help manage and utilize the products we grow on our farm, my family vertically integrated our business by commencing an expeller press oil mill in 2008 and a livestock feed mill in 2011. Canola production in the U.S. has been slowly but steadily growing, but is not keeping pace with demand. The U.S. has planted an average of over 2 million acres of canola per year over the last 5 years. In 2022, the U.S. produced a record 3.8 billion pounds of canola seed, but this will only supply roughly 27% of expected U.S. canola oil and meal consumption. While the Northern Plains accounts for the majority of U.S. canola production, production has been increasing in the Pacific Northwest, and winter canola has been successfully introduced in the Southern Great Plains and the Southeast. In the Southeast specifically, the winter canola acreage supports double cropping of soybeans and other spring-seeded crops. Recently, several processors and seed companies have announced investments that could spur significant expansion of canola production. These investments are driven largely by the potential for winter and double cropping canola that results in more vegetable oil and protein meal from the same acreage. In my region, we can produce 3 crops in 2 years or 5 crops in 4 years on our existing acreage. Our farm has experienced an 8 to 10% yield increase in our double crop soybeans following winter canola versus following wheat. Like many other row crop producers, canola growers rely on the federal crop insurance program. In December, our farm experienced unusual 8-degree temperatures with 20 to 30 mile per hour winds that killed our canola crop. Luckily, we had federal crop insurance that helped us cover planting and fertilizer costs. Policymakers should look to strengthen and expand crop insurance to encourage broader participation among producers of all commodities and expand coverage to provide more protection for farms. USDA also supports the continuation of ARC and PLC programs with support payments tied to historical crop basis. We have strongly supported tying Title I program payments to a farm's crop acreage basis rather than to the crops planted in the current year. Tying payments to crops planted in the current year led to major production and price distortions in the 80s and early 90s, as farmers made their planting decisions based on higher government payments for crops with higher supports. Decoupling payments from current year plantings allows farmers to respond to market signals rather than planting the highest government payment. Decoupling has been a key policy in every farm bill since 1996 and should be preserved in the next farm bill. The USDA has worked through previous farm bills to establish equal footing for canola in the U.S. farm programs so the crop can compete for acreage. These efforts have included achieving competitive marketing loan rates, target prices, and reference prices. From our perspective, the reference price of $20.15 per hundredweight for other oil seeds, including canola, that was established in 2018 Farm Bill, has been effective and keeps canola and minor oilseed crops competitive with soybeans. If reference prices are increased in the 2023 Farm Bill, it is important to ensure that the new levels reflect their respective market values and parity is maintained for competing crops. As it does for most crops, the current CBO projections show prices declining for canola over the next 10 years. We would note, however, that the CBO price projections for canola are approximately 25% lower for most years than price projections from the other entities such as FAPRI. The USDA supports a couple of improvements of ARC and PLC programs. We support a change in providing producers the better of option between ARC and PLC rather than requiring them to annually choose between 2 programs. In addition, the Crop Insurance Supplemental Coverage Option, SCO, should be available for both PLC and ARC. Finally, outside of crop insurance and farm programs, I would like to take this opportunity to urge support for robust funding for agricultural research in this farm bill. Transforming and maximizing food production requires a long-term investment in research and research infrastructure for all of agriculture. The USDA joined a group of over 60 organizations, including commodity groups and other stakeholders, urging Congress to prioritize robust investments in food and agriculture research, facilities, and extension services in the Farm Bill. Funding in the research title is needed to spur scientific breakthroughs, keep pace with our global competitors, modernize facilities, and ensure nutrition security. Despite growing challenges in our food system, funding for public food and agricultural research in the U.S. has declined over the past 2 decades, while other countries are increasing research and suppressing the U.S. investments. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today and for considering the perspectives of U.S. canola growers, and go Dogs.
Amen. At this time, members will be recognized for questions in order of seniority, alternating between majority and minority members, and in order of arrival for those who joined us after the hearing convened. As you know, the members will be recognized for 5 minutes each in order to allow us to get as many questions as possible. And we can see their lights, so I think it would be helpful for the members up here if we could continue to do as we were before, where the lights were showing so we would know when we got to 1 minute if possible. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I think pretty much each of you referenced in your testimony the current reference prices that were set in the 2014 Farm Bill using 2012 cost of production data. Obviously, that data is extremely old. It would be old if it were only 3 years, based on what's happened to input prices. To help provide some context, I want to just go down the line, and could each of you give an approximate estimate of where the break-even price is on your farm for the commodity that you're currently representing, and what the current reference price, and if you know it, what the current loan rate is on your commodity? Mr. Hague, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing was, as corn has started out with the reference price, and corn is the most expensive part in the Farm Bill when it comes down to adding on to what the reference price is. You know, on the PLC, it's $3.70. You start adding that up and up, it takes a lot of money to get that up to where we were today.
If I may, but what is break-even on corn?
On corn right now,
The reference price is $3.70 a bushel, as you said. I believe the loan rate is $2.20 a bushel. What is break-even for, the average break-even price for producers?
for a producer, it depends upon, but right now, I would say we're right around $5 a bushel for break-even for as a corn farmer, but it all depends upon how much land you rent or how much debt you have if you're an experienced farmer or a young farmer bringing it up. So, but $5 is pretty close right now to the break-even point.
Mr. Holliday, how about you?
On cotton, the latest estimates are 90 cents a lint pound. So when you go back to our seed cotton program, which when we developed it, we used seed and cotton lints together in the matrix of the support program because they have two identifiable products that come out of cotton all the time, and they're combined, and that is what is seed cotton. So when you look at seed cotton, our reference price is what,
36.7 cents a
yeah,
pound is
and
what I
it's
showed.
going to about 48 cents. If you did the calculation, it would be around 48 cents. And you know it's that is on an average producer. It runs the gambit. It could be 85 cents. It could be 95 cents, depending on where they set in their production and all of that as far as break even.
Okay, Mr. Flamberg, do you?
Yeah, so as I look at our crops, one of the advantages we have is that the cost of production is actually fairly low. So, you know, we have higher chemical costs, higher fuel costs, but in terms of, you know, having fertilizer needs, that hasn't driven problems for our crops specifically. So, you know, our reference prices are definitely lower than what, you know, our current values are. I think 24 cents for big beans is a number for our garbs, and so large chickpeas are what I think about because it's what I grow the most, and you know the current price is over that. So, you know that would be a point where I'd have trouble selling them and making money.
Okay, so I'm showing that chickpeas are at $21.54 on the reference price. I'm showing a loan of $14. Does that sound right? And
Yeah, that sounds right.
And what do you think your cost of production is, approximately?
Well, I've had to grow them for 14 before, and I know that doesn't work very well. So an exact number, I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay. Mr. Satterfield?
So currently, the reference price on rice is $14 hundredweight. Now, where I am in the Mid-South, long grain, I would say that number should be anywhere between $17 and $18.
Okay. And loan is half of that, at $7.
Yes, loan is $7, that's correct.
Okay, Mr. Moore?
Yes, sir. Thank you. The reference price per hundredweight, $20.15, which turns out to be about $10 a bushel. And that's the reference price for canola. And the loan rate is $10.09 per hundredweight.
And what's your cost of production?
So that's the deal with canola, is that we grow it from North Dakota to all the way down to Georgia. So we double crop our canola. So ours is a little bit different than North Dakota. So it can be a range. I don't have that specific number because our farm is a little bit unique in how we process our canola.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Holliday, in your testimony, you mentioned how important the marketing assistant loan is for your industry, and you note that despite the higher production cost, the maximum level of loan rate has remained the same since 2002. Can you speak more on how raising loan rates to reflect current market prices would be an effective tool for farmers?
We use the marketing loan quite a lot in cotton, simply because most of our cotton goes to export, and we have the different shipping and storage issues and marketing issues, and we've got the same volatile markets everybody else has. It would be what we're looking at is it'd be forward-looking to raise that base loan rate. Simply because it is so low, we're only going to be using a portion of it as a portion of the value of that crop most of the time. But if you don't have if you move it up, it's not a large cost item, and it has a significant impact on the amount of money that producers can get when they put cotton in the loan when prices have dipped below break even or farther.
All right, thank you. My time's expired. I did not see the light down there. I apologize, and I look forward to continued discussion on the loan and reference prices. With that, I recognize the ranking member, Ms. Brown, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. I'm going to start off by asking a big picture question. Based on your testimonies, I think we would all agree that our farm safety net programs are an essential tool to help farmers and ranchers literally weather any downturns in the market beyond their control. However, I also think that we would all agree that certain programs are easier to navigate than others. So I would like to hear from each of you. Do you have any suggestions for the sort of criteria we should use in understanding how our farm safety net programs are functioning? And I'll start with you, Mr. Hagg.
I had a little hard time understanding you, Ms. Brown, Representative Brown. Could you kind of repeat that a little bit for me, please?
Yes, so just curious about any suggestions you may have as it relates to the criteria we should use in understanding how our farm safety net programs are functioning?
With the farm safety net, it's the major tool in our toolbox for the farmers, and especially at the younger age, because he does not have the experience or the mandatory existing land paid for or buildings, or not buildings but machinery. So with the crop insurance at the high level or where we're at right now is important to keep it there, and anything to help take it down would be hurting our younger farmers more than the other farmers. And the other big thing with crop insurance is that we need everybody to be participating like we are now, because if we start having less people involved in crop insurance, the more expensive it's going to get for the next generation of farmers coming up.
Mr. Holliday?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. You know, it's any way we can, one way that we can look at how successful programs are is you know, looking at how much ad hoc disaster has to be spent as basically a safety net procedure. And one way to implement them better would be that we have to have easier access and better education on getting into these programs and make it equal access and make it a very identifiable procedure for everybody that could participate on any given commodity and expand the insurance coverage for those that might be not able to get insurance in different plantings.
Thank you. Mr. Flansburgh?
Yeah, so a big picture measurement of how the farm programs are working is how many farmers are going out of business in any given year, and how many farms are sticking around and able to make it. And so, you know, having farmers have the ability to choose what they plant is important, and to enable them to navigate these programs is also important. So an interface with the FSA office that's a good first point of contact for farmers to understand these programs, all that should be supported. And you know, really, for me, the insurance program works well in the way that I navigate that with my own insurance agent. So on the farm, that's a very useful tool.
Mr. Satterfield?
So, as has been referenced earlier today, you know, the cost of production being so much higher than 2012, it's just a completely different world that we live in now as far as pricing and input costs. And It really needs to be relevant for the PLC to work. Last year is a good example. The PLC triggered very, very little, a negligible amount, and on a year when it was so needed, when the costs were just so high, and you had exponential increases in all of your input costs. So, again, Texas A&M proposed that. Had a projection that 2/3 of rice farms would be in the negative, an $880,000 loss per farm, and I can tell you that is a pretty accurate number, because there are some people that are hurting out there in the rice business.
And Mr. Moore?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. I can back up the things that these other people have been saying. FSA numbers for us, I mean, on big picture, our FSA numbers are very large. We have a lot of FSA numbers on different land that we have, and so consolidating that would be helpful. Market choices, the producer always wants to have a market choice that they can grow per acre. I mean, we can do 8 crops per year on our farm, and so we like to have that choices on what works best for us. And then the PLC and the ARC program, it's difficult to navigate through that every year on which one we do. We have a lot of counties that we farm in.
All right, thank you, and I see my time has expired.
Chair now recognize Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Holliday, I want to start with you. And, we share some commonalities with regard to cotton production. Obviously, in East Arkansas, we grow a lot of cotton, and I'm very familiar with the challenges that our growers there face, including drought, high production costs, inadequate demand, supply chain disruptions, and so on. Agriculture is inherently risky, but for those who are less familiar with the day-to-day operations and challenges of production agriculture that suggest, well, maybe you could just grow some different crops. How realistic of an option is that for you as a cotton producer?
Well, I live in the middle of the biggest cotton patch in the world, and we grow cotton out there for a reason. It's a very arid environment. It's best suited for that environment. It takes less water for that cotton, so cotton is very specific to that region. We don't have we have different cover cropping technologies we use, but we don't have really a true rotation that we rotate out of.
This has been something that's been alluded to by several of the members of the panel, but crop insurance as an example, I think we ought to be expanding eligibility for crop insurance, not shrinking it. And if we really want to reduce costs to producers, if we really want to enhance the uptake for young and beginning farmers so that we start to bend that curve on the aging farming population and change trajectory, I think we ought to be expanding acres and not creating instability with safety net program eligibility. But to what extent do you think producers should be in charge of their own production risk, and what do you think would how this would impact ad hoc disaster assistance?
Well, I think increasing the safety net we need to get ad hoc disasters back to disasters. It does not need to be a safety net policy. It needs to be for disasters. Something we've got such a distance between. We have to be in a negative cash flow so long before we ever hit the safety net. It's going to be unsustainable. And the crop insurance is a tool that's easily identifiable. You know exactly what's going to happen when this happens. Expansion of that product, making it more affordable at higher levels. Anything we can do to enhance that makes it a lot easier for especially a young farmer to bank and have something identifiable. So it's not only do we need to keep crop insurance sound, we need to be looking at ways to expand it.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to ask for y'all's input on this on an ongoing basis. Everything that Congress has done over the years to improve opportunities for young and beginning farmers has failed miserably. And if that's not true, why are we not seeing more young people in agriculture? Why are we seeing that age continue to rise instead of going the other direction? So I'm going to ask you to really come up with some outside-the-box ideas, because I've got a few myself, but we really need some input, because what we've done thus far has not worked. And so we need to work on that. Let me shift gears just a little bit. Mr. Holliday and Mr. Satterfield, I'd like to direct this to you as well. And break. Let me just go, Mr. Satterfield, on this one. Congressman Mann and myself, we have led multiple efforts, including a current one, to call upon the administration to formally open a dispute settlement case with the WTO over India's oversubsidization of rice and wheat. Can you explain how these trade distorting practices by India are affecting rice producers and wheat producers?
Sure. With these trade practices, India is dumping this rice in places that's so cheap just because of the oversubsidization of their growers, that places that used to be some of our biggest markets we can't sell to anymore because they can just, we are growing a great product, but they are getting the rice so much cheaper because of the oversubsidization of fertilizer and everything down the line from India. They can take it and ship it, around the world to places where we used to go and just really robbing the market share. So it's really just directly affecting us and our sales to these countries.
So if I understand this right, we get wrapped around the axle about the actual subsidization of a crop, but we forget about the subsidization of the inputs of the crop that make it cheaper for them to produce. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely, sure, yeah, and and the amount of rice that they keep. You hear stories, of rice that they keep for their people, and somehow ends up in other countries as well. So I think that right from the subsidization of the fertilizer and the input costs and everything down the line, it's a very unlevel playing field for us, for sure.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here today, and gentlemen, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Adams for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimonies today and for being here. Your insights as producers are informative and certainly important to the work that we're doing as a committee, especially on the Farm Bill. Mr. Moore, I was happy to hear you talk about the agricultural research and the facilities needs. I am a graduate of North Carolina A&T State University, the largest public HBCU, but also an 1890s institution. And so we always talk about the need for research. So I appreciate you raising that. As many of you may know, the number of black farmers in the United States has decreased precipitously over the last century. In 1950, there were over 500,000 black farmers. Yet by 1997, that number fell to 20,000. And over the course of the 20th century, black farmers lost over $300 billion worth of farmland and acreage. And while this outcome is the result of many different processes stacked against black farmers, some farmers have identified that role, that discrimination by FSA staff and county committee members have played, including mishandling paperwork like applications and poor customer service. So to all of you quickly, what are your thoughts on the FSA county committee system? And is there a role for county committees to play? And how can you speak, and if you can speak to issues with the office staffing and community service, customer service that you may have encountered? So we'll start with you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you so much, Ms. Adams. So our FSA office is in our county seat, and we have small counties in Georgia, and so there are a lot of counties that we have to work through. Luckily for us, Glenn has been a great man for us, for our county and our county area. He supports us in the ways that we need to ask, and his office is open to us, and we go in there often.
Okay, great. So if we can move to Mr. Sean Holliday.
Yes, I would say that the county committees are very important, and they serve their role very well. And we have to have from an employee, FSA employee, to a county committee, to even a state committee. We have to have very good people in those positions. We've been involved as a cotton industry as many other commodities do. We help surface candidates for those. We help USDA surface underrepresented candidates for the state committee this year. I was involved in some of that. We've got a lot of stuff going on, but all of that system works very well, but we have to be very careful to keep those seats intact because we've had a difficult time getting those seats fielded sometimes.
Okay, great. So can we move on, Mr. Holliday?
With the FSA, they've amazingly how they've improved. Maybe that COVID was one of the things that harmed American farmers during that time, but the FSA office, they improved themselves by working more and having more work done over the internet, so you don't have to show up at the office as much as you did before, where you can email to get to that information. And with having your local people in your counties like we have in Minnesota, it's just important because they know the operations that go on in our counties. So that's why it's important to have that committee. So with the FSA they've made huge programs, or made it a lot easier to work with the FSA than it had
Thank you.
been
Let me
in the
just
past.
move on quickly if I can. USDA in recent years has undertaken efforts to enhance the online experience for producers. Have producers of your commodity had positive experiences with online tools? Mr. Haig?
I didn't hear. I'm sorry. Did you? I didn't hear what you said, Representative.
Have producers of your commodity had positive experiences with the online tools? Online.
Go ahead.
Okay. The online tools, actually, my daughter has a lot better experience than I do with it because of course,
Okay.
she keeps all IT things running on our farm. But yes, I think we are adopting those anything that we can do online. We can't do everything, but anything we can do online, we are adopting those technologies, and we're finding them very useful.
Thank you. I think that red means I'm out of time. Is that right? Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen, for your.
Before I recognize Mr. Lamoffa, I'm going to give a roster update unless somebody comes in. On the Democratic side, we'll be going to Mr. Bishop and then Mr. Davis. And on our side, I've got Lamoffa, Duarte, Johnson. Mr. Lamoffa, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me kind of pick up where Mr. Crawford left off with Mr. Satterfield on the situation with India and the blatant violations with WTO and such, and rice as well as other commodities suffering some of the similar issues. Can you share what you're hearing? What have you received from the administration, from USDA, from USTR, any of them, on what they're doing to address this issue?
And that's a good question. Sorry about that. That's a good question. We hear, we have taken cases that have gone to a certain degree and have not gone any further. I would say that there's definitely work to do there. It seems to get to a stopping point, and it doesn't seem to go any further. So, we still are battling that.
How could Congress be helping bring more awareness to the?
Yeah, and that's things we're working on. We have formulated a few plans to do that. I think just an overall education about how it is truly affecting the American rice farmers. I think there's maybe a disconnect on how really hard it is, hard hit the rice industry is because of this.
You mentioned the $17 price needed for rice. What number would you put on for California?
Well, that's another thing we're working on, and I know that's near and dear to your heart as a rice man yourself. With a little bit of a different reference price in California, and that's a number that should be a good bit higher than what it is now.
Yeah, definitely. We grow that medium grain out there. It's a little different, but
the good stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Holliday. You were talking about in the conservation programs that they must reward, not penalize, the good contributions that have been made across the board, but especially by those that have done them early on, before the programs maybe were up to speed. Can you talk about that situation where the early adopters of conservation have not really been rewarded or even noticed, maybe even penalized?
Yes, I appreciate that question very much. When we look at these conservation programs and plans, and they seem to always want to be scaled. And when you look at those scales, the people that have adopted a lot of these things early on, and people who are using these conservation tools and practices already, rather than using the program. We want to ensure that those early adopters are getting supported for that early adoption rather than having someone who had not adopted and have the entire scale, you know, that they could be supported as they move up the ladder. Basically, it's in retrospect, after moving backwards, you're punishing the ones that have been doing the things that are more climate smart to begin with.
Yeah, appreciate that. We've been baling rice straw for probably nearly 30 years, and that's just one small example, but there's not a lot of credit on that. Mr. Satterfield, various national disasters have hit a lot of operations and a lot of commodities here. In my own home state, again, we had several years of drought, some of it man-made, some of it caused by water delivery cuts and misuse of water. For example, of California's little over 500,000 acres of rice typically grown. Last year, that was lopped in about 1/2. Unbelievable what I was seeing on the west side of the valley I represent there, the dry fields and the resulting effects on wildlife and habitat and the whole works. So what would you be able to share with the committee on to enhance and support our systems, our food systems, so that our producers would be able to get through these hurdles, you know? And I would just say quick, we need more water storage. We need smarter allocation of water and not so much environmental water running out. But what would you look at a bigger picture we could be doing more?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're exactly right. There are a lot of great rice farmers in California, a lot of good friends of mine. I was out in Sacramento in January, saw the influx of all the water in the Sacramento River and all of that area. So I think just an understanding of the needs. Again, the surface water, like you're talking about, enhancing the size or whatever, like you said, I could probably defer to a few of my California friends for some specifics on that, but it was they've definitely gone through the years of the drought, and then now with too much water, it's certainly a complicated situation.
Yeah, certainly, and then that goes with all of our commodities here. We used to have so much cotton in California, and that was one of the first things hit by water misallocation, and you know, California grows, there's many crops that grows that are 90% of what the U.S. consumes is grown there, so we got to do better. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Bishop.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Brown, for having this important hearing, for us to get an update on our commodity program stakeholders on their priorities for the 2023 Farm Bill. The 2018 Farm Bill enabled producers starting with the 2021 crop year to pick between the Agricultural Risk Coverage Program and the Price Loss Coverage Program on an annual basis. Do you think that this ability to annually elect which program in which to participate has been beneficial to producers? If you could each address that briefly.
I think yes, I think that's a really good aspect of the program. I think anytime you have versatility, you have risk management. When you have different tools to use at different times, anytime you can keep those elections, you're better off.
Thank you for the question. I enjoy the ability to change between these programs, but it is difficult to change between these programs as a producer too. So, you know, I may be in a somewhat unique position among farmers that I have probably only 6 distinct landowners that I farm for. And, you know, there's people with 70, 80, 90 plus landowners that they have to negotiate between these programs with. So getting all those signatures, getting everybody to agree on those programs is difficult. So while it's nice to be able to choose between, one newer idea that we'd advocate for is an automatic default to the better of a given program in a given year, whichever is more beneficial based on conditions on the ground.
Okay, you have sufficient tools for the producers to really, do they have sufficient information upon which to make the decision on what to choose, which one of the programs to choose?
Probably. In a given year, there's guidance that comes from grower organizations and FSA, but sometimes the hassle of changing between them is not worth the benefit of trying to predict what the given year is going to do price-wise and weather-wise.
Okay, let me ask, Given the level of expected commodity prices this year compared to previous years, along with the higher input prices, do you anticipate that there will be higher levels of interest among farmers electing the price loss coverage in order to be able to also purchase the supplemental coverage option in crop insurance? Or have producers opted more into the ARC since the PLC seems unlikely to trigger for most crops again?
I'll do it.
Well, I think that's exactly right. I would concur with what they have said. I think when you get the choice between the two, the PLC program, it seems to work better, with rice specifically, and then maybe in the ARC and the soybeans, just concerning what I have on my own farm. But yes, I think the option for the supplemental coverage will work in there as well.
And U.S. canola, excuse me.
Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
U.S. canola supports definitely adding the supplemental crop option for ARC and PLC for both of them. Right now, it's currently, I believe, just for PLC. I'd have to check that data, but it's one or the other. I can't remember. There's not a clear guideline on why that's not for both, available for both. For our farm, it is difficult to navigate through that because of the different counties that we have within Georgia and how that works. And so we have certain counties that are going to be certain things. So.
Can you talk about the role of marketing assistance loans in facilitating the marketing of your respective commodities? My time is going short, so if you could be brief.
I would just say that the marketing assistance loan is an integral part of cotton in particular, but in times of low prices and moving cotton and being able to get money off of that crop in the interim as you market it and be able to get it in the marketplace, it's very helpful to different productions.
With in the corn situation where we're at right now, $2.02 at the marketing loan, it's not very feasible for farmers to go into it because of the price of being up where we're at. But back when corn was a lot cheaper, you saw a lot more farmers using that program back then than they do now.
For farmers who have storage, we have storage on our facility. We're able to utilize that to help out with cash flow throughout the year. And so we do utilize the marketing loan program.
Okay. I think my time has expired. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm going to give a roster update real quick since it's changed a little bit. I've got Miller and then Rose on our side. And on your side, I've got Bazinski and then Davis. Ms. Miller, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. You're getting into the Illinois farmers here. It's great to be here. Thank you to all of you. I do want to start out by saying that over the past few years, farmers have really faced increased input costs, and now more than ever, it's important that we protect our crop insurance and ensure that farmers have a strong safety net. This is very important to the producers in my area. So, Mr. Hague, thank you for being here. And as a farmer, I know how important it is to grow export markets around the world. Would you discuss how the Farm Bill could increase agriculture exports?
That's a very good question, and exporting is a very important item with the corn growers because of the amount of the crop that we grow every year. So with having the crop insurance, but with the exporting, with the Farm Bill, that's where it's important for the MAP and FMD programs to have an increase in there for how much good they do for overseas countries to get our product over there. That's very important.
Thank you. And I just want to say that H.R. 648 is something that I support and that the producers in my district are counting on us, on the administration being aggressive in their trade policy. You also mentioned in your testimony that NCGA supports increased flexibility within conservation. Could you please explain how giving farmers more flexibility will ultimately improve farm conservation practices?
That is one of the major things that have happened in the farming process from when I started farming to where we are today. The farmers are taking better care of the land. They're more worried about the conservation. If they have some lighter ground or whatever, they'll put it in the Conservation Reserve Program and keep it there, where they use their heavier ground then to make sure that they still have the cropland for that. But farmers are very concerned about the conservation, and down the road we will be also.
Thank you. And I do want to make it public that the farmers are the great conservationists, and they are responding to new information and new practices and implementing them. And I'm glad that we're giving them the flexibility because, you know, people's geography and their climate is a little bit different in every area. So I hear from growers in my district that it's vital to strengthen and protect crop insurance. How important is continued innovation and development of new approaches to crop insurance tools? For example, corn growers have the recent split nitrogen endorsement.
That's just one of the items that your state of Illinois came up with here a number of years ago, and we're finding out even in my home state of Minnesota that we on our farm, we do split applications of nitrogen. We're not getting the credit that that you do in Illinois, but we're still using it because we're finding out how much more beneficial it can be in growing our crop.
And it's great that we're not penalizing, but we're incentivizing some of these practices. Thank you so much.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Pazynski for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member. It's great to be with all of you today. I appreciate your testimony. I had a question actually for Mr. Haas around biofuels. Specifically, I am also from Illinois and care very deeply about how we have opportunities to be expanding the usage of biofuels. Really proud to be one of the co-leads in the House on the reintroduction of the Next Generation Fuels Act. And so one of the questions I'd had for you was, you know, as we expand investments in these biofuels and in that market, can you speak to where we are from a capacity standpoint in terms of production and what steps we might need to take to scale up production for alternative fuels?
Well, that's one thing with the American corn farmer. You give him the challenge of growing more corn. We're up to that challenge of growing that more corn. You know, just from the technology that we've improved in the last 10 years of that product of corn, where we can average and what we can do right now. It's amazing what we can do, but you know, like I say, it's the American corn farmer there. If biofuels is important to us, if we can increase and get into like you mentioned, the Next Gen Fuel Act to show that we can perform just as well as some of the EVs, yeah, we can. We will compete with them in that. So the challenge is there for the farmer. He will take that challenge on, and it's because it's amazing what we get out of the ground right now with using less of everything and how we're still taking care of the ground.
So they're up to the challenge. That's great. Wonderful. Well, I also had a question related to energy. The past couple of years, and this is really for anyone on the panel, the past couple of years has seen a sharp rise in energy costs given the global pressures on prices here at home. Can you discuss what issues you all are facing following the rise in energy prices and how it's affecting operations?
Well, thank you for that question. Energy is tied to everything nearly, but you know, as producers, what we have is anything coming to our operations. We're importing all of these resources to grow these crops. Everything on them is tied to some sort of transport cost. That's the bottom level. Then we're using the fuel to produce the crops, and then we're using fertilizer on the crops that we're growing that is directly linked to energy. So, energy prices has a main line to everything that we do.
So, as a U.S. canola producer in the Southeast, there's actually been a lot of news that's been hitting the cycle in the last 2 months about producing biofuels or renewable diesel from canola stock or winter canola. And so one thing that we can do in Georgia and Tennessee in the Southeast is that we can double crop that. So we can basically triple our oil production per acre with soybeans and canola combination. And so that rotation is what's exciting about securing that energy source.
And I would say that's a huge concern at all levels, especially as you talk about with your input costs. Last year we were at a time in your most critical irrigation time we were paying $4.55 for farm diesel. So I mean, just every time the truck pulled into your farm, it was $18,000, depending on the size of the truck that you were dealing with, and they were pulling in fairly regularly, so it adds up pretty quick. Also, and it's a little different regionally or different states, but where I am, we went from about $400 a ton of urea for rice to about $1,200 a ton. So just a great increase in these prices that are just exponential of where they have been.
And I'm here to speak primarily for pulse crops, but I can say that, the cost of fuel, while it's a top-line number that's easy to look at, is not the biggest cost on our farm. The biggest cost on our farm is fertilizer, which is also driven by the cost of energy. So, I mean, it's multitudes more than the cost of fuel. And so one of the advantages that our crop has is that, without having to use nitrogen-based fertilizers that we import onto the farm, pulse crops are an inexpensive option relatively to grow because we don't have to expend that same energy output for fertilizer onto them. So they're a good rotation crop in that sense and reducing energy use.
Thank you very much. I'll yield back my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the chair of the full committee, Mr. Thompson.
Chairman, thank you so much. Ranking Member, thanks again for this hearing. Thanks to all of our witnesses. Many of you mentioned federal crop insurance in your testimony. As you well know, there's been attempts in Congress to gut the program by imposing an adjusted gross income means testing, payment limits, things like that, including through an amendment to the debt ceiling bill filed just this week. Can each of you speak to how these kinds of proposals would impact the crop insurance program as a whole and your operation in particular?
That would be a major disaster if something like that would happen to us, Mr. Chairman, because with crop insurance, if we start having limitations in that, you might have some of your larger farmers not taking the crop insurance. Well, then you have less people involved in crop insurance. That's going to make it more expensive for that younger farmer then to get going. It's going to put his inputs up higher. So we need to keep the crop insurance right where it's at, make sure that we don't have the issues that, like you just mentioned, coming forth. So the stronger we can keep that net available for the farmer, the better off farmers we are.
Very good. Ms. Holliday?
Thanks for that question. I'll answer that real simply. That as cotton growers, we rely on insurance products. Some regions more than others. On my operation, my daughter's been in a full partner in our operation since she graduated from college, and I would have advised her not to farm if I thought those would be implemented, because that is limiting something that we're using as a true safety net, but it's well below the cost. You can't make money off of it, but it can keep you in business long enough to make it to the next wreck.
Right.
Basically, and that's how important I feel. That's how important it is to our operation, our family operation, to not have those kind of harmful things happen to insurance, because I don't think they're justifiable from any aspect. And on the insurance side, I don't think you can justify the integrity of the program when you're putting limits on it like that. I think it goes all the way the other end of the spectrum.
Very good. Ms. Flansburgh.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and it's entirely critical to our operation to have strong crop insurance backing to what we do. I'm in the fortunate situation of not having an operating line on our farm currently, but if I wanted to go to the bank and I said, hey, I'd like to get a loan so I can farm, but I really don't want to buy insurance, that's not even an option.
Right.
So access to credit is, at this point, dependent on having access to that insurance. And, really, it's a way to minimize the cost of the program and to minimize the risk. If you're coming in without access to finances, insurance is critical. And our acceptance in our industry is really high. We have producers buying revenue insurance at 80 to 90% rates now. It's an important tool to us.
Very good. Mr. Satterfield.
So as they have said, crop insurance in some instances does certainly have a place. In rice, maybe not so much. You're dealing with a 100% irrigated crop, so you don't have as many yield variations as you do in other crops. We have worked to try to improve that, but just, except in extreme circumstances, it's just not a really good safety net for rice.
Mr. Moore.
Chairman, thank you. So for canola, actually, we received crop insurance, a crop insurance adjustment this year because our canola died. It was 8 degrees and 30-mile-an-hour wind with no cover. It kills canola. It can. And so this was the first time that we had experienced that with canola. Luckily, we had that crop insurance to be able to get us through. I think the part for us is that it's cash flow. So we're double cropping a lot of stuff. So we have our winter crops that come in with cash flow that comes in May and June. And so if we don't have that, then we are not able to move for our summer crops that are going down to the ground. So crop insurance allows us to be able to take advantage of the dual season and protect our cash flow.
I had another question, but I'm going to put it in a phrase of a request, actually. Great commodity groups, great organizations. You have lots of great members. I've been around to visit a few of them. Looking forward to seeing a few more in my travels. I would just encourage your help in educating members of Congress about the importance of the Farm Bill. As you make visits or back home where you invite members or their staff onto the farms, that's just incredibly important. Any way that you can to help us. We've got a significant number, over half of the members of Congress in the 118th have not been here for a farm bill. And quite frankly, some folks who have been, it wouldn't hurt to do a little additional education with some of them. So thank you so much, Chairman. I yield back.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I go to Mr. Davis, on the Republican side, I have Finstad and then Rose. I now recognize Mr. Davis from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and to Ranking Member Brown, and to our full committee chair. It was great seeing you in North Carolina in the East. I think we had a great visit, so thank you. And good morning to all of the witnesses who are here today. And thank you for coming from across the country to join us. My district includes North Carolina's Inner Banks, a region that is vulnerable to flooding. Earlier this year, USDA unveiled the expanded Hurricane Insurance Protection Wind Index endorsement to be offered by the Risk Management Agency this year. President Haig, can you speak, please, to the importance of new programs like hurricane insurance protection to provide certainty for corn producers, especially those producing specialty varieties like blue corn, that their operations will survive natural disasters?
I didn't understand. I'm sorry. I didn't quite get everything that you mentioned there, sir.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could please speak to the importance of the new programs like hurricane insurance protection to provide certainty for corn producers, especially those producing specialty varieties like blue corn.
Right, I got you now. Yes, it's with anything that we can do to add new to crop insurance is very beneficial. That because the number of years ago was they brought one in with the wind. Well, that helped the state of Iowa then for that derecho. So anytime we can add new ideas to crop insurance, we as farmers are much better off, and we just don't want to make sure we don't take the good things away right now. But adding new things is great.
And I've heard from cotton producers in my district about the rising costs of farm equipment and continued pressure on supply chains. Chairman Holliday, in a volatile economic environment, what kinds of investments do producers have to forego when they are not able to tailor their risk management options and lack access to vital programs like the Stacked Income Protection Plan?
Well, thank you for that. everything is like when you have a situation like we've got right now with these huge input costs, everything becomes a big factor. So there's not any one thing that's not extremely important. In fact, and then having the ability to take stacks out with PLC and removing that prohibition will be a very great thing. You know, we adopted the stacks program when the Brazil case was engaged and when the WTO ruling came out against us as a placeholder for us to survive until we could be a part of this program again. And with that, we had to, in that negotiation, it was, and as it evolved forward, it was a situation where you couldn't participate in PLC and stacks at the same time, and that would be very helpful to get that switched. You know, the investments that we make on an annual basis are all impacted by our safety net, because you're not going to make any future investments if you don't have some security, and that's what, you know, basically this committee is our security that stands between us and the subsidization of other countries and various other things like natural disasters.
And Chairman Holliday, can you also speak, please, to the importance of the Economic Adjustment Assistance for Textile Mills program in keeping manufacturing and cotton production jobs here at home?
It's very important. You know, one thing we don't need to do is lose any more textile industry. It was basically destroyed. We need to have the ability to do some things in this country, and the textile industry was nearly gone, and that's one of the reasons that we help keep that industry going. You know, and and a good example of that is they were able to switch and make personal protective equipment during the COVID virus in this country as textile mills in this country, and the support of those mills is important, and it's important as a security measure as well.
Again, thank you, and we yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And I recognize Mr. Finstad for 5 minutes, then it's Mr. Rose for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Brown, for holding this important hearing today, and thank you to all the witnesses, and thank you, Chairman Thompson, for your leadership on the Ag Committee. And I want to extend a special welcome and thank you to a fellow John Deere driving, Minnesota corn farming, brother farmer of mine, Tom Haig, for being here today. I also want to just thank you for your leadership, and you know, we're really proud of you in Minnesota to have you on the national stage leading the national corn growers, so thanks for being here. I'm a proud fourth-generation corn and soybean farmer from southern Minnesota, really excited and honored to be raising the fifth generation. And I've been saying this over and over again, and I really believe it to my core that our role here in Congress to pass is really important, that we pass a really strong farm bill. But we have to make sure that it's done for the farmer, by the farmer, and it's done for rural America, by rural America. And so for you all being here today, it really helps us do that. It's so great to hear all of your stories, hear your backgrounds, and a little bit about your operations, fourth generation, fifth generation, and really it speaks to, you know, not just the quality of people that are involved in our profession, but also the stewardship and the love of the land. And what we do really is beyond about you and I. It's about our kids and our grandkids and those next generations that we want to pass our farms on to. So it's really important that we get it right. And so for you being here, it helps us get it right. So I want to talk a little bit about the farm safety net. We've heard quite a bit about crop insurance. I am honored to have put together an Ag Advisory Committee that's really helping me on the ground, figuring out what's really important for the next farm bill and how I can be an effective representative to farmers in southern Minnesota. And I hear over and over again crop insurance, right? Crop insurance, protecting crop insurance. So as a farmer, I know, you mentioned the relationship with the lender. I see it firsthand. You don't even get across the desk with a lender without being able to start with what's your crop insurance exposure? What are you at? And that conversation then goes from there. But it also doesn't end there. It ends at the very end when you're making those marketing decisions. And so I see it, I hear it, and I know it's something that we're going to work hard on. I guess I would just maybe very simply Tom, I'll look at you, Mr. Chairman of the National Corn Growers. What's the biggest challenge that you see from a corn grower's perspective right now?
I think one of the biggest things that we see right now is that we have a lot of opposition that want to take a lot of the tools out of our toolbox. You know, we are better stewards of the ground. When I started farming as a young man, you know, growing up as a farm boy, what conditions we were doing then to the ground to where we are right now. Live about 2.5 hours north of you, and we're doing vertical tillage and leaving more corn on the stalks on the ground that I would say it'd never work. But it is working. So, I mean, just that taking tools away from us would be our biggest hindrance if they were to limit us amount of nitrogen we were supposed to be using, the amount of fertilizer that we are otherwise we're going to be putting on would be a major concern to the corn farmer.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I know Eden Valley very well, and it is the Garden of Eden that you get to farm in. So you're a lucky
Thank you.
man. I will, maybe just further emphasize what you're saying. And I know I know farmers in your neighborhood, I know farmers in southern Minnesota, and we didn't need government to tell us to do the things that you just talked about. We knew that adapting to technology, looking at the advancements with equipment and the way we've taken care of our farms was good for us and good for generational moves. And so I appreciate the effort that you have. Just a quick last question I have, and just a yes or no from each and every one of you. FSA loans. Turning to all of you, I hear concerns from Minnesota farmers that FSA loan size limitations have not kept up with rising prices of farmland and farm inputs. The current caps make it difficult for farmers, especially beginning farmers, to access FSA guarantee loans for land purchases and operating expenses. Quick yes or no up and down the line. Do you think farm country would benefit from modernizing these loan limits in the Farm Bill?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
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 Yes. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Rose for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member, for holding this important hearing, and thanks to our witness for being here. I want to pick up a little bit on what our Chairman Thompson said earlier, and just begin by thanking you and your members for all that you do to make this country self-sufficient and strong. And I think as we think about the 2023 Farm Bill, it's important to remember that we live in a time when we enjoy the most bountiful, inexpensive, safest supply of food and fiber in the history of humankind. And it's a credit to American farmers that you're able to do that, battling through the challenges that you have. So I commend you for that. Begin with Mr. Haig. In your written testimony, you talk about the importance of marketing assistance loans as a quote, an important risk management tool, close quote. Can you expand a little on how these loans work and why they are important to the agricultural community?
It's a loan that the farmer can take out, and it's important that to have that in order for putting your crop in, for getting your inputs and all that. So that marketing loan that we would get through the government is it's vital yet. So I mean I don't know how to really explain how good it is, but I mean, it's there, and we need to continue to have it.
And in part, I asked the question, and some of the questions that I'm going to ask are being aimed at trying to educate those who might be listening about why we have farm programs. As an old ag policy student years ago at Purdue, I learned why we have the programs we do, why we support farmers, and why it's so important to maintain a supply of food and fiber here at home. And so really that's what I'm trying to get at, is to give you a chance to kind of broadly explain why that marketing assistance loan program is so important. So thank you for that. Shifting gears a little bit, over the last 6 years, the federal government has paid out over $93 billion in ad hoc aid to producers. For any of you that'd like to jump in, do you feel like the ad hoc payments are an efficient risk management tool?
No, they're not an efficient. I mean, were they well needed? Yes. Could we identify the need, and can we justify them? Absolutely. a risk management tool should step in when things are going south and let you, they should be predictable. They should be something that you can bank on. Ad hoc disaster it's saved us over the past couple of years, but it's not something that's predictable, and it's not something we can bank on, we need to move away from those as quickly as possible. The problem is can we get the money? Do we have the political will to get the money to put in baseline? Because that ad hoc is not in baseline, and that money that's been keeping us healthy out there is not something we can use to write the farm bill like you all know. But from an education standpoint, we need baseline expansion to be able to write a farm bill that works properly.
Thank you. Anyone else want to add to that?
I would agree totally with that. The ad hoc assistance is something that, sort of when you're looking back and not looking forward, something that after the disaster has happened and the cost of it as well, with a stable, well-maintained, consistent farm safety net, that's something that you can take. I think the thing that I would like to just leave with you more than anything is what you can take to your banker. I mean, if you've got a safety net that's in place, you know what's going to be there. It makes for a much better conversation, with your lenders. The ad hoc assistance is good when it, in these disaster situations and other times that come up. But as a long-term goal, we'd much rather have, a clear, concise safety net that we can depend on and dependable and know it's there.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
I would just add that the significant number in ad hoc disaster payments is just a symptom of the amount of money that we don't have in the farm program safety net.
Thank you.
Mr. Rose, I think it's important to talk about the goals of it as well. And so the goal of risk management is to be able to farm the next year, to be able to cover your cost, to be able to continue to to have national security through our food and agriculture. And so as long as we have those safety net programs, those are important to us. We can't predict the weather, and so that's where the ad hoc comes in.
Thank you. I see my time's expired. I yield back.
All right, I'm going to give a roster update. I've got Moore, Duarte, Nunn, Alfred, Johnson. So Chair now recognizes Mr. Moore for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all the witnesses for being here. I've got a judiciary hearing going too, so I'm kind of running back and forth. But, farming's always kind of been a difficult profession. And the past year has been tougher than most on many of the farmers I talk to, cotton farmers and peanut farmers alike. But we've all heard about various weather challenges that producers have been facing. But I'd like to hear a little more, Mr. Holliday, about the input cost. I know the farmers, ranchers, foresters are certainly feeling a pinch in their margins regardless of commodity or region. Would you expand on that for me, Mr. Holliday?
Yeah, just specifically on fertilizer prices alone, we went up 3 times. And then the big news is fertilizer prices are coming down. We're about twice what we were to start with. So, when you're up 300% and down half that, it's not all that exciting. It's better. You have a cost per acre. You basically raised your cost per acre by $100 to $150 an acre across the board. And if you're just figuring your major inputs and by the time you get everything cost associated with it, you're having to make a above average crop at a very good price to make everything work, and that's not a sustainable situation. So it's we're having to use every efficient tool we have to get there and make it work.
Yeah, I was talking to my cousin. He's a young farmer. He just went back to our farm, and he was telling me he planned, I think he told me $3.13 a gallon for diesel fuel for the whole year, going into this planting season, and it certainly hadn't worked out for him. Of course, are there any other issues? I mean, I know fertilizer, certainly that's an issue, fuel costs. What else are we seeing that is inflation in general just hitting all the family farms?
Yeah, but when you look at a farm operation, you 8%, they talk 8% inflation. I mean, it's 30 to 50% when you look at a farming operation, because you buy everything at retail, sell everything at cost. That's what producers do. So you buy full price everything, you sell everything at cost. And everything that comes to you has a transport load. Everything that comes to you has their transport load and the person next to them's transport load. So that energy prices have a great deal with what's going on. But the supply chain shortages and some of the increase in price just because it can't get here quick enough has been absolutely huge. So the last few years have been an anomaly that where we have the potential to get better, but the hangover effect seems to be lasting quite a while.
Yeah, I figure that as well, the hangover effect, as just some of the inflation and spending we did at the end of the year is still going to continue to hit. Yes, sir, Mr. Flansburgh, you like to hit on that?
Yeah, if you don't mind me saying, thanks for the question. And, you know, certainly there's a lot of costs associated with farming outside of energy and fuel. And, you know, one of those is the availability of parts, the availability of new equipment. You know, I've heard from dealers that we have about half the combine production each year that we used to in terms of number of machines produced. So getting headers to the farm has been near impossible to get a new header. So, you know, just equipment availability even is hard. Chemical costs have gone up a lot in addition just because of supply chain issues. So it's not just those baseline energy inputs, it's all things. And, you know, being the farmer that I am, my newest combine is a 2003. And, you know, so I'm not exactly stimulating the local ag economy with new equipment purchases.
I hope you're a really good mechanic.
We'll see come harvest.
Yeah, all the time we're working on stuff. I get it. Well, anyway, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield back. I got about 50 seconds, but I'll yield back. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You can actually work on a 2003 piece of equipment, and you can't work on the new ones. Just, Mr. Duarte, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, thank you guys for being here today. I am a farmer also, a almond and wine grape farmer, as well as a nursery, so I sympathize. I've seen it. First take, someone might say, well, gee, doesn't supply and demand just kind of regulate markets? And if we just let supply and demand take care of it, wouldn't that just all work itself out in the long run? But we know that's not all that's affecting us these days. So I'd like you to talk to a few things that I see out there, and just let us know how they're affecting yourselves. And I won't ask any specific one of you. You're doing a pretty good job there cooperating. Retaliatory agricultural tariffs. America puts a anti-dumping suit on Indian steel producers, and all of a sudden farmers are paying the price for it back here in the United States. Have you had specific impacts in your commodities and markets due to these?
If I could just
Sure,
lead off and
please,
speak to
Mr.
that.
Flansburgh.
Thanks for the question, because this is one of the most important things to me as far as maintaining market access goes. When those tariffs came in and we started to get into this bat with India, we went from India being our largest trading partner to virtually non-existent. And so our price of, let's say, large chickpeas, we sold for over 40 cents prior to those tariffs going in, and the price dropped down to 13 cents a pound. So, you know, it was disastrous for our market. So any way we can maintain access to those markets, I feel we as American farmers can compete with anybody in the world and deliver a superior product. So having those trade agreements in place and free trade, we're all for it.
Where does India get its chickpeas now that you're sidelined?
Well, some of them are grown there, certainly, but you know, one of the biggest competitors for all our products, lentils especially, peas, et cetera, is Canada. And so, you know, they're still at a trade advantage to us, you know, and we're still subject to those trade restrictions due to tariffs.
So a little loss of the Indian market puts an extra supply back in our market, and a commodity, a little bit of extra supply can mean catastrophically lower prices. And that's, you just said, went from 40 cents a pound in a balanced market situation all the way down to 13 cents a pound. Does that cover the cost of production?
No. And so that's where those marketing loans came in for me. So, you know, I look at when I have to take a marketing loan, you know, because of bad prices, it allows me to wait for prices to go down further and sell later. So.
Well, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Flansburgh. Does anyone have a better example or even as good an example as Mr. Flansburgh's? Because I know the almond growers and the walnut growers in my district certainly do. but that's excellent. Can I ask another question about logistics? We have had a lot of agricultural commodities back up in the last couple of years just because of, call it COVID related, but who really knows? Just we couldn't get containers at the port. We couldn't get our logistics problem solved. Do any of you have a good example of how that's impacted your market and left commodity on the market that softened prices and had other economic impacts on you?
Well, nearly every barrel that I grow is going overseas. So during that whole process it impacts the world market when you look at shipments when it comes to cotton in the U.S. So when we slow down at the ports and when we slow down when our trucking industry is strained, when our infrastructure is strained, whether it's COVID or whatever reason you want to pick out of the hat, it is incredibly detrimental to not only cotton, but anything that ships, which is nearly everything. But it has had impact because you increase the volatility of a market in a place you don't really have to increase it if you can't move it properly.
Thank you. That's great. Non-tariff barriers. Seems like a lot of the crop protection tools that we want to use here in America that are very sustainable, very safe, and very effective tools, very proven, are being banned because of material residues issues over in the EU particularly. Are any of you backed up with inventory because of MREs? Or MRLs, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I've seen it affect us on the farm that just related to glyphosate, there's demand for non-glyphosate products. So one of the problems we have too is just to get a chickpea crop off without some form of desiccation. And so alternative chemistries to be used for that are even worse, let's put it that way. So yeah, that puts us at a disadvantage when MRLs aren't consistent.
Thank you very much. I'll yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Nunn for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the group for being here tonight. We were hard at work all through last night on the Rules Committee, protecting some of the things that are very important to communities like ours. Here in my home state of Iowa, biofuels being a huge part of it, making sure that we have success going forward, really a team effort. So I'm happy that we are leading that here in the majority. But speaking across the aisle here, Representative Nikki Baczynski from Springfield, I'm from Des Moines, so two Midwestern communities, but both have a great opportunity for a homegrown energy source, and she highlighted the sale of year-round E15. Now, sitting in your seat just a week ago was the administrator from the EPA, who still can't give us an answer after months of asking about what the requirements are to change 2023 use of year-round E15. So, Mr. Haag, I think you recognize as the National Corn Grower Association here that E15 year-round fuel sales is only 5 days away from being taken away from consumers at the pump. Look, I got a little family. That's going to be 17 cents per gallon on our family minivan, probably even more in the truck. Could you talk to us a little bit about what the impact is going to be on corn growers, specifically if we don't have year-round E15, which is clearly a bipartisan priority, but we're hearing nothing back from the EPA on a solution to fix it?
Well, one of the things that would affect us as corn growers is that it'd be less grind for the corn. That's, we're producing 5% right now, or 50% more with E15. And, in my state of Minnesota, we've had the infrastructure there for E15, and we are the largest user of E15, my state is. So, I mean, that would be a huge thing. The consumer is used to using it. It's a better quality gasoline for the engines. It's cleaner air for us to breathe. So it would be a huge, in my opinion, a huge mistake if we take this petroleum E15 away from the consumer right now, just because even what you mentioned, we saved money last year. It was a perfect example to have it last year. Gas prices have come down, but not a lot, so it would still be a savings to the consumer.
Yes, I could not agree with you more, and we in Iowa look forward to selling you as much corn as possible up there in Minnesota, getting in the tank. It's a team effort on this, and I think this is something collectively we need to continue to pressure the administration on. I would invite the administrator to come out and he can drive his EV. I'll drive my truck. I'll invite them out in February, and we'll see who goes further, but we'll be there to pick them up when it runs out.
Great.
Look, I want to move next to Agricultural Risk Coverage Program, the ARC for county. In your testimony, you touched on the devastation farmers and rural communities suffered in the 2020 derecho that hit the Midwest. Again, both our states experience and all of our communities experience the damage this can be done. In my community, the ultimate cost was $1.5 billion in the middle of a growing season. As a result, the Agricultural Risk Coverage Program across our state, however, there's several farmers in our district that don't feel like ARC goes quite far enough. So my question to you is, can you describe the current maximum payment rate for ARC limits assistance and what we could do to help address or fix these?
Well, I think a lot of that had to do with, we mentioned that benchmark. If we could increase that, just that 10% would help a lot, because if we would increase it more, it's going to cost more money in our farm bill, which we don't know if we have that or not. But I think if we could just get that 10% up there, and then you also take, 86% of the benchmark there is that you don't get the full 100% there. So if we could get the 10% plus that other increase of up to 100%, it's maybe wouldn't what was I going to say here? It wouldn't make you probably heal, but it'll still make you a lot better off if we can increase that than where we are right now.
Than you would have been before. I think you're absolutely right on that. Is there anything we can do to help the producers navigate, or at USDA put some safeguards on there? Because I think the chairman has highlighted correctly, we don't want to be writing a blank check to USDA that they could use on potentially anything else. We would take advice on any safeguards you'd have either for the farmer or that we can do with USDA.
That's a good question there, because I think that the more conversations that the farmers get to our organization to what we can do to improve is a big thing, because that's where we always stress with corn growers, we're grassroots, we start from the bottom up, and the more information we can get from the local farmer, the better off our organization can be.
Very much agree. Good luck in your planting season. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Alford, then it'll be Mr. Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and the Ranking Member, thank you for having us and this great panel here today. From my conversations with Missouri producers, we've really heard how crop insurance and the Farm Bill safety net programs are a vital risk management tool for many producers. We put together a great advisory group to keep us updated on the most important issues to them, and one of the things they're talking about is lenders requiring farmers to carry insurance. Generally, it works well in most years, but could each of you talk about your experience with crop insurance and what type of policy you typically carry? Are there any changes or improvements you'd like to see? And we'll start with you, Mr. Hagen. Work your way down.
One of the things that when I started using crop insurance, it was things that was back in the early days when the government required us to do it from the 1988 drought. Okay, then all of a sudden you get into it. Well, then all of a sudden when your son starts to get involved with farming, the first thing he does is sit down with his loan officer and go over all the details of what they need for money, and that's where we can set our percentage of where we need to be at for crop insurance. We basically run, in our area, or my son and I, at 80% for corn and 80% for soybeans. That's the magic number. To move up a little bit more, it's more expensive, and there isn't that much more back to us. So that's where we're at, is at 80%.
Mr. Holliday?
I think we're the same, but we're at 70%. but we, we're highly volatile, very arid country. I think that the ways to improve it would be, it costs the most to. Anything that's going to trigger is what costs the most, and that level above you that you can't afford is where you need to be, somewhere in that top tier, and the cost of that moving up the scale, especially in highly volatile areas where you need it the most, is you just can't afford to get there. So higher subsidy rates for higher levels of coverage, and continue and develop new products. One thing that's I think the best thing about crop insurance is that there's new products developing as we speak. You know, all you've got, producers, grower organizations, independents, everybody, if they can find a data set that's insurable within agriculture, you know, it's something that we could look at and see how many people might be use it and have value in it, and it's a very good concept, and it's working well. But that higher level of coverage is where you need to be.
I want to skip down, running out of time here. I want to talk about the credit situation with the rest of you. What is it like in your part of the country? Are bankers typically able to make the loans that you need?
They are for me, and from what I hear around the area, yes. We tend to have a fairly stable yield from year to year, but in certain cases we don't, like 2021. So yeah, in my experience, they are.
Mr. Satterfield.
I would say in areas that it's getting harder, especially after years like last year. I've heard stories about lenders not renewing loans and some instances where people with the high input costs, like you referenced earlier, and not being able to show the particular, you know, the profit that the banker wants to see. But again, I'll go back to, with the farm safety net, having it in place, it's a very handy tool that your lender, he wants to look at something that he knows he can depend on with that farm safety net as well.
Mr. Moore?
So for us personally, we are highly diversified in what we do on our farm, and so our lenders have still been working with us pretty well. The requirements of documentation has been increased over the past 2 years. The amount of labor it takes to be able to get the documents and everything ready to go has increased for us. So we have dedicated staff that actually works through that. So it's hard to do that as an individual farmer, the amount of work that was having to go through. But as for us, we've had to hire another person that helps us with that.
Thank you to the panel once again, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Johnson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a little conversation about base acre updates today, but I guess I'd ask each of you, does your organization have a stand on mandatory base acre update versus optional? And what should this subcommittee keep in mind as we're moving forward? Mr. Egg, we can start with you.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Johnson. As of NCGA right now, we are basically have in our book that we are keeping with the base acres. We know that your state of South Dakota, and there's other states that would like to increase them and everything like that, which would be great. But the biggest thing then comes down is how much money do we have in order to increase that for that farmer? You know, it's South Dakota is new to growing corn compared to some of the other states where they had that base acreage before, but I understand where South Dakota is coming from, but if we can find new money, we're for increasing that base acres for the farmer.
From National Cotton Council standpoint, we have the consensus we have is to remain where we are at this point. The talk amongst us achieving that consensus was that the vast amount of money it would take to increase the basis and move around within those bases and get that done on a voluntary basis would be probably unachievable at this time. But at this point right now, we're as a group, we have decided not to advocate for that to change.
Yeah, our group is in favor of an update on a voluntary basis to our base acres. And since the last base update in 2014, really a lot of our crops have gone into growing regions where there was once summer fallow. And so instead of having a lower number of acres in that case that were actually in production, many now have pulse crops on them across the northern tier. So it's important to us to have that be a voluntary option.
I would concur with Mr. Flansburgh with his commodity. We would, USA Rice, I think consensus is a voluntary base update, and I think if you point to the fact that there are more base acres in rice that are being used, I would point to the fluctuation of acres. You have states that go through really big periods of fluctuation due to weather and planting rotations and whatnot, but we would be for the voluntary.
And the same for U.S. canola. We believe in a voluntary update if there is one. And so we like producers having the choices to make and making those choices. So voluntary update.
Well, I want to thank the associations and the groups that are open to a base acre update. It seems to me that we talk all the time about how dynamic American agriculture is. We laud that as important, that we want technology, we want innovation. Of course, that technology and innovation over time is going to mean that the types of crops grown in certain places will change. I don't know that that our support system framework is well served by freezing that data into yesteryear. And I think we want to continue to have that conversation as we move forward. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate your diligence in being here. And we have concluded our questions for the first panel of our hearing. I want to thank all of you for being here. We, again, are going to reconvene at 2 p.m. or as soon as possible after votes, which hopefully will be at 2 p.m. And so we are adjourned until we call back in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, fellows. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Nice job.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for saving.
Guess no need to press. Yep.
So if I can have your attention for just a second, then you can go back to talking. As you know, we've been voting on the floor of the House, and so a lot of members are on the way. And so we're going to give them a few more minutes, and then we'll get going from there. All right. The committee will now come to order. And to introduce the first witness of our second panel today, I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you all, to all the witnesses for being here today. But I'm very proud to introduce a constituent and a longtime friend, and he was actually on my Ag Advisory Board since I first came to Congress. Darrell Cates is currently serving as the president of American Soybean Association. Darrell is a fourth-generation farmer from Columbia, Illinois, who raises soybeans, corn, wheat, and double-crop beans on his family farm with his father. He has been a true leader and a trailblazer in agricultural industry for now over 30 years, and having served in multiple leadership roles with Illinois Soybeans Association, the United Soybean Board, and the American Soybean Association. Darrell, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your friendship. I appreciate everything you've done for the Illinois 12th District and working with me, and everything you've done for American agriculture, and we're glad to have you here today.
Thank you, Congressman Bost, and it's been a privilege to be here and all the work that you do for us in Southern Illinois. I appreciate it.
That's
Good afternoon.
$5. Hang on one second.
Okay.
From him, not you. The next witness is Mr. Patrick Frischhertz, owner of St. Louis Planting and chairman of the American Sugarcane League, National Legislative Committee. Our third witness is Mr. Brent Chine, who is president of the National Association of Wheat Growers. The next witness joining us is Mr. Craig Meeker, the chairman of the National Sorghum Producers. And our fifth and final witness of the day on this panel is Mr. Daniel McMillan of Southern Grace Farms. He is testifying on behalf of the U.S. Peanut Federation. So thank you all for joining us. And you each have 5 minutes. The timer in front of you will count down to 0, at which point the time has expired. Mr. Cates, please begin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Brown, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the invitation to provide testimony as you develop the 2023 Farm Bill. My name is Darrell Cates, and I am a soybean farmer from Columbia, Illinois. I am testifying on behalf of the American Soybean Association in my current role as president. ASA represents more than 500,000 U.S. soybean farmers across the 30 primary soybean producing states. Nationally, U.S. soybean farmers produced over 4 billion bushels on over 87 million planted acres last year. I have a simple message to share with you today. Soybean farmers need your help in the next Farm Bill. We need help with two priorities in this subcommittee's jurisdiction: protecting crop insurance and improving the Title I farm safety net for soybeans. We must protect crop insurance. Crop insurance is the most effective and important component of the farm safety net for soybean farmers. It helps us manage risk and secure operating credit from lenders each year. ASA urges you to protect crop insurance from harmful amendments that may arise. We must improve the Title I safety net. While crop insurance provides risk management when the crop is in the ground, Title I provides necessary protection beyond that period. A predictable, effective farm safety net is needed for the duration of the next Farm Bill. In a February report, USDA projected a 20.7% decline in net cash farm income in 2023 relative to 2022. This is cause for concern for farmers. Soybean growers experienced firsthand the challenge of an ineffective safety net during the trade war with China in 2018 and 2019. The largest importer of soybeans in the world is China. Even with ongoing efforts to diversify and open new markets, almost a third of all soybeans grown in the U.S. are destined for China. During the height of the trade war with China in 2018, U.S. soy stopped flowing to the Chinese markets in our peak export period that fall. Soybeans prices dropped significantly, but we received no PLC benefits and little from ARC programs. USDA stepped in with an ad hoc temporary support to farmers. If a trade war that shrunk soybean demand by over 30% hardly triggered the farm safety net provided in the current Farm Bill, it is difficult to envision a scenario that would provide meaningful assistance without significant improvements to the current reference price and program elements of ARC and PLC. Another challenging Impacting the accessibility and effectiveness of the farm safety net is the significant disparity in recent soybean planted acres compared to base acres on which ARC and PLC benefits are provided. In 2022, soybeans were planted nationally on 87.5 million acres. By comparison, soybean base totals were 53.2 million acres. Over 30 million acres of soybeans were not protected by the soybean provisions of ARC and PLC in 2022. An option for farmers to voluntarily update program acres based on a more recent historical time period would provide soybean farmers, including beginning farmers, greater access to the soybean safety net. ASA urges improvements in the Title I farm safety net components of ARC and PLC for soybeans. Making improvements to the Title I farm safety net will require funding. We know that budget challenges are real and will be difficult to navigate. We appreciate that this committee sent a strong bipartisan letter to the Budget Committee requesting funding for a successful Farm Bill reauthorization. ASA also led a letter included in my written statement to the Budget Committee signed by 400 organizations regarding the need for sufficient resources to write a meaningful farm bill. We ask that you keep agriculture in mind as budget discussions move forward on multiple fronts. I have highlighted only 2 areas of interest today given the subcommittee's jurisdiction. Additional priorities can be found in my written statement. Thank you for hearing from farmers today. We appreciate your efforts to develop the 2023 Farm Bill and the opportunity to share testimony today.
Thank you, Mr. Frischhardt.
There we go. Good afternoon, Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Brown, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today on behalf of the American Sugar Alliance. It truly is an honor to be here. My name is Patrick Frischhardt. I was born and raised in southern Louisiana. My family grows sugarcane, soybeans, wheat, and in Plaquemine, Louisiana, where my wife and I are raising our 2 children. I currently serve on the board of directors for the American Sugarcane League and our local Farm Bureau office. This hearing is timely and important for sugarcane and sugar beet farmers because Title I of the Farm Bill represents a critical safety net for our farming families and the employees of sugar processors throughout the country. The U.S. sugar industry generates more than 151,000 jobs across 24 states and contributes more than $23 billion annually to the U.S. economy. American consumers also benefit from a high-quality, safe, reliable, and affordable source of sugar. That natural sugar is used as a sweetener, preservative, and bulking agent in 70% of U.S. food manufacturing. Additionally, our industry meets some of the highest labor and environmental standards in the world. By continuing to improve our farming practices, we have made huge strides in efficiency and sustainability. As evidence, we have increased sugar production by 14% on 8% fewer acres over the last 20 years. Today, I would like to make 3 quick points. First, American farmers are threatened by less efficient, subsidized, dumped foreign sugar that usually sells well below the exporter's cost of production. This makes the world sugar market the most distorted and unreliable commodity market in the world. Due to existing trade agreements, the United States is already the world's 3rd largest importer, accounting for about 30% of U.S. need. Yet, as global supply chain disruptions from the pandemic and the war in Ukraine have taught us, we must not become even more dependent on foreign suppliers. This is why an effective sugar policy which maintains a strong domestic industry is essential to the food security of our nation. My second point is that sugar policy is structured to operate at 0 cost to the taxpayers. It has operated at 0 cost for 19 of the past 20 years and is expected to do so again this year. USDA even projects the program to operate at 0 cost for the next 10 years. That said, loan rates for raw sugar, refined beet sugar have not kept up with the rising cost of production. I can attest that as operating margins for producers are being squeezed due to the increases in input costs. For example, farmers today are paying 87% more for diesel and 141% more for fertilizer when compared to December of just 2018. The bottom line is that the current loan rate levels no longer provide a realistic safety net for our producers. Since the early 1980s, we have lost 68 processing facilities. We are saddened to see an additional facility in northeastern Montana closing down this year. This did not occur because of a weather disaster, but rather because high production costs make it very difficult to stay in business. Once a facility closes down, it does not reopen. Having loan rates that are closer to the actual cost of production would provide a more effective safety net for our producers. As such, we would support examining how the farm safety net could be updated for all Title I commodities to better match actual operating costs for producers. My third point is our producers are exposed to severe weather disruptions. While farmers do have some insurance products available, those tools are not as well developed or affordable as some other commodities. For sugar beets, policies are limited to yield-based coverage. They do not benefit from a revenue-based product. For sugarcane, the hurricane insurance program has been an invaluable addition, but a preventive planning provision is needed. We would encourage the committee to provide particular help to crops that might not have access to a more successful crop insurance options. Additionally, our producers have participated in WIP Plus and ERP in the past. We are thankful that USDA is working with Texas sugarcane farmers and beet farmers on disaster aid. We are certainly receptive to new efforts to providing standing disaster relief in ways that do not undermine crop insurance. As a Louisianian, I would also like to make sure that all of our growers are eligible for disaster assistance, regardless of which mill they ship cane to. Sugar policy can provide an adequate economic safety net for American farmers at zero cost to the taxpayers. It is critical that strong policy remains in place to counter heavily subsidized and unreliable foreign sugar suppliers whose environmental and labor standards simply do not match up to our own. On behalf of more than 11,000 sugarcane and sugar beet farmers in the U.S., as well as the employees in our processing facilities, I thank you for supporting sound U.S. sugar policy, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Chine?
I thank Chair, Ranking Member, and members of the subcommittee for the opportunity to testify and provide a wheat farmer perspective on the 2023 Farm Bill. My name is Brent Shane. I'm a farmer from Klamath Falls, Oregon, where I operate a Century certified farm with my son. We pride ourselves in creating a quality product, and my son is committed to carrying on the family business and the family tradition of working hard and being a good steward of the land. I also currently serve as the president of the National Association of Wheat Growers. NAWG is a federation of growers from 20 wheat states that represent wheat producers' needs and interests in Washington, D.C. Our members feel it is essential to testify before the subcommittee today. The importance of the safety net is played out on my farm as we've experienced severe drought in one of the driest grain-producing areas in the country. This year, we've gotten relief with moisture, replenishing our topsoil. However, thanks to years of drought, our subsoil remains dry. While we are thankful for the moisture we have received, major wheat-producing areas like the Great Plains are experiencing an historic drought. Farmers throughout our organization have indicated that crop insurance estimators have been zeroing wheat acres throughout the plains, and the USDA is projecting the smallest winter wheat crop since the 1960s. Farming is a risky business requiring a strong safety net. Wheat farmers rely on the certainty of the crop insurance program. In turn, the American people can depend on American farmers who are able to continue to withstand natural disasters and produce the most stable and affordable food supply in the world. NAWG's #1 priority is protecting crop insurance. In my experience, crop insurance is vital to protect farmers and support businesses in rural America. Many banks are now requiring crop insurance in place before giving a loan. This ensures that farmers and small businesses that supply them are all protected. My farm utilizes a yield protection policy with a coverage of 80%. We have a stake in the premiums, and it helps protect us in case of a disaster or yield loss. NAWG requests that Congress make a significant increase to the PLC reference price, as well as enhancements to crop insurance. The statutory reference price for wheat has remained unchanged and has fallen far short of the cost of production since its introduction. Prices have now risen to the point where it would take a 62% decrease, or nearly 2/3 of our price, before being caught by the safety net of PLC. When prices fall that far, there's effectively no safety net at all for farmers. Cuts to crop insurance have already made it less a less effective program. It's very expensive to obtain a desirable level of coverage. While I would like to insure my farm at 85% levels, the premiums are so expensive that I have chosen not to be able to afford them. Congress should take a hard look at this issue and make the program more affordable at higher levels of coverage. The cuts made in 2014 led to a need for additional assistance. My written testimony shows the funding that went to wheat farmers through ad hoc programs. Those funds were necessary to make up for the shortcomings, but were received long after the disaster took place. Wouldn't it be more fiscally responsible for us to use those funds in a predictable, effective manner? NOG knows that our requests require money and appreciates the desire of Congress to be fiscally conservative with our tax dollars. However, the farming safety net makes up only 0.2% of spending. The witnesses today joined with 400 other agriculture organizations in a letter to the budget committees requesting more resources. It is essential that we make more investments in this farm bill to overcome these challenges. Wheat farmers across the country are experiencing high prices, but at extreme risk. My written testimony shows that the impact of inflation, high interest rates, and severe drought are already having on farmers' bottom line. High prices are meaningless when there's nothing to harvest, which many farmers in winter wheat producing areas of our country are now experiencing this year. We ask Congress to act now to enhance the safety net and move away from ad hoc programs. I thank you for the opportunity to testify before you at this hearing, and I look forward to your questions and very much look forward to working with you on the 2023 Farm Bill.
Thanks, Mr. Chain. Mr. Meeker.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Brown, for the opportunity to speak to the subcommittee today. My name is Craig Meeker, and I'm a sixth-generation farmer near Wellington, Kansas, where I farm with my father, my wife, and my 3 children, who I hope to see as the next generation on our farm. We grow sorghum, wheat, cotton, corn, soybeans, and I raise a small cow-calf operation as well. I'm honored to serve as the chairman of the National Sorghum Producers Board of Directors. It's an honor to be here, and I hope my testimony as a farmer is helpful. And on behalf of NSP, we thank you. I'd like to begin by giving a brief state of the sorghum industry. Sorghum farmers are facing exceptional drought and have been for multiple years now. During the 2022 growing season in Kansas, parts of the state that usually receive 15 to 20 inches of annual rainfall have observed about 7 inches the entire year. The national average sorghum yield for this past year is the lowest our industry has had since the 1960s. While sorghum is drought tolerant, it is not drought immune. And we continue to experience erratic weather patterns bringing intense drought to my region. In my rotation, each of my crops has a purpose and it provides benefits for the next crop. Sorghum functions as my resource-conserving crop due to its inherent drought tolerance. In addition to the historic drought impacting our operations, market volatility, inflationary pressures, high expenses, coupled with lower projections for crop cash receipts are only adding to the stress and uncertainty of agricultural production today. We are fortunate to have tools that can help sorghum producers through these extreme events beyond our control and in order to stay in business, like Title I, crop insurance, and congressionally authorized ad hoc assistance at various times. But due to the increasing severity of these challenges, we believe farmers and ranchers need a stronger farm safety net to provide predictability and certainty for producers and lenders. It is also clear that more resources will be necessary to enact a strong farm bill this year, and there's simply a major shortfall in the safety net funding. Cost of production has similarly increased, rising at nearly 50% and almost 100% in other cases. While the changes in the 2018 Farm Bill have been helpful, given the level and speed at which costs have increased, statutorily, PLC reference prices are now far too low to provide effective support in light of many of the risks facing farmers in 2023. The same is true of marketing loans, which remain an important cash flow tool for farmers, but are now much too low relative to the current risk. We're grateful for the wisdom of this committee trying to tying reference price to the market in the 2018 Farm Bill, as it will create some improvement to the level of certainty and confidence of sorghum farmers. However, given spiraling costs of inputs, there's need for improvements, and we strongly believe sorghum reference price should be adjusted upward to provide a relevant safety net. Crop insurance is vital for sorghum farmers, and when available, the tool has been critical in helping us manage the ongoing drought conditions decimating the sorghum belt. Availability of products and rating, however, have very real local impact on plantings, and we believe the committee can take measures to improve this area. For example, due to sorghum's ability to withstand short periods of drought and heat better than most other crops, farmers tend to deploy sorghum more aggressively when production outlook is bleak. This fact exposes the crop to extra environmental stresses and higher risk situations as a result. Sorghum transitional yields suffer, and due product ratings cost to participate compared to other crops. Fortunately, RMA announced a new crop insurance option last year for our irrigated sorghum farmers. It is now available for the 2023 growing season. The option benchmarks sorghum to corn at a higher guarantee for less money and will be available as a pilot for farmers in certain counties in Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. We continue to work closely with RMA and look forward to working with this committee to build upon these efforts to provide meaningful solutions to sorghum farmers. Backing out of the big picture, sorghum is always competing for acreage to supply our growing market. Most of the competition is with soybeans and corn in the north and cotton in the south. With respect to cotton in the south, options are available for higher levels of coverage and higher levels of premium cost share that aren't available to sorghum. We would like to achieve parity. Sorghum needs the ability to buy insurance products at similar high levels to compete for acres. We believe this option will serve farmers and foster us for better resources and times and produce that opportunity for producers. Thanking this committee for all that you've done and all that you will do in the future, and we look forward to working with you and being a resource. Thank you for your time.
Mr. McMillan, you're a long way from Berrien County, but let's see what you got to say.
Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Brown, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to provide the peanut producer's perspective on the 2023 Farm Bill. My name is Daniel McMillan, and I'm an eighth-generation farmer from Enigma, Georgia. I'm here today representing the United States Peanut Federation. My family has weathered much over the course of our 250 years as American farmers. The COVID-19 pandemic triggered a series of events on our farm. Since 2020, we have seen supply chain disruptions, inflation on key farm inputs, and labor shortages. Prior to 2020, the peanut industry was already in the throes of difficult variables such as low prices, much of which was a result of trade issues, a reduced market in China, and a non-tariff trade barrier in the European Union, followed by the United Kingdom. In addition to the financial impact of low market prices and increased input costs, peanut farming requires high-cost specialized equipment on top of traditional equipment. This specialized equipment is extremely expensive to purchase and maintain, resulting in additional financial stressors on our farms. Dr. Stanley Fletcher of Abraham Baldwin Agricultural College and Professor Emeritus at the University of Georgia has developed and maintained peanut representative farms from 2001 to today. We currently have 22 representative farms spread across the country. Dr. Fletcher reviewed the peanut representative farms' crop year 2021 cost of production as compared to 2022 costs and found a significant increase. The total cost of production increase per ton from 2021 to 22 was 26%. Prior to the 2021 representative farm update, the peanut reference price of $5.35 per ton provided an effective safety net for growers. However, according to Dr. Fletcher, the reference price has not been a functional safety net since the 2021 crop year. Total variable input costs such as seed, fertilizer, and fuel have increased 33% when comparing 2021 to 22. Our 2021 cost of production was $546 per ton, and Dr. Fletcher reports our 2022 cost of production at approximately $668 per ton. In my home area, we saw fertilizer costs double from 2021 to 22. Some products tripled in costs. Currently, fertilizer prices are changing week to week, preventing us from making informed management decisions. Crop protectant prices remain high, which can pressure farmers to look for cheaper options, sometimes to the detriment of the crop. Labor costs continue to increase, and we're still facing cost increases and business disruptions resulting from problems with the supply chain. We have seen 6-month delays in mechanical repairs for tractors and trucks. Due to the short supply of tractors, even rental tractors have become scarce. We saw costs for one of our rental tractors rise from $2,000 per month in 2019 to $3,500 a month in 2023 for the same tractor. These are all increases that make it difficult to plan and budget. But I'm proud to be an American peanut grower because of the high nutritional value peanuts provide to our nation and world. Peanuts are one of the cheapest sources of protein for consumers and contain 19 essential vitamins and minerals. Not far from our farm is a processing facility for Manna Nutrition. Manna is a nonprofit organization known for the production of a ready-to-use therapeutic food through its fortified peanut paste. My family and peanut growers across the country want to be a part of the solution for hunger in the world. But what do we need from the 2023 Farm Bill? First, the U.S. Peanut Federation supports an increase in the reference price in the 2023 Farm Bill. Growers, shellers, and buying points are unified in their support of the price loss coverage program as included in the 2018 Farm Bill with a reference price increase. While the 2018 Farm Bill's price loss coverage program has worked for peanut growers, the rise in input costs and cost of production necessitates a reference price increase if this program is to remain relevant as a farm safety net. Secondly, the U.S. Peanut Federation supports a voluntary base update that includes growers with and without peanut base acres. Thank you for the tireless work you are doing on the 2023 Farm Bill. My family greatly appreciates your support of the American farmer. You have provided farmers a safety net that has helped our farms to survive. The safety net is one of the many tools that made it possible for me to have a future on our farm after I finished college, because quite frankly, without it, there might not have been a farm to come back home to. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
All right, at this time, members will be recognized for questions in order of seniority, alternating between majority and minority members in order of arrival for those who join us after the hearing convened. You will be recognized for 5 minutes each in order to allow us to get as many questions as possible. I'm now going to yield to Chairman Thompson for the first 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman for yielding. And gentlemen, thank you for being here. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for your written testimony and your oral testimony. I'm gonna repeat a question I asked on the first panel to get your take on this question. You know, many of you mentioned federal crop insurance in your testimony, and as you well know, there's been attempts in Congress to gut the program by imposing AGI means testing, payment limits, et cetera, including through an amendment to the debt ceiling bill filed just this week. Can each of you speak to how these kinds of proposals would impact the crop insurance program as a whole and your operation in particular? And we'll start with Mr. Cates.
Well, the crop insurance is vitally important. There's no question. I remember when I started farming, we didn't have crop insurance. And if I would have had a 2012 back when I started farming, it would have been a disaster, especially with all the loans that I had taken out to be able to farm. It would have been very hard to go forward during that time frame. So it is very crucial that we keep the crop insurance intact, and it's just something that we need to be able to go forward and to be able to guarantee.
So if some of these, what I consider to be misguided attempts to implement adjusted gross income means testing or payment limits, if that was to go in place, what kind of an impact would that have on you and on the industry?
I think it will have a big impact overall on all farmers, especially when you do have payment limitations, because, I mean, there are larger farmers that even though they have are larger and have more income, they also have greater risk because of their largeness.
Yeah.
So it is important.
Thank you. Mr. Frisch-Hertz.
Thank you for the question. So for sugarcane in particular, we are not eligible for ARC or PLC, but the sugar program, sugar policy acts as our safety net. And without that, we do not have a sugarcane farm on our property. We will be exposed to heavily subsidized dump sugar prices that are well below the cost of production. We do utilize ARC for our soybeans that go into our fallow ground. And as a young farmer just getting into farming, I can't borrow money without these insurance options. So without them, I'm sunk.
Right. Well, thank you. Thanks for reflection on the sugar policy, because that also, in a misguided way, comes under attack. Our U.S. sugar industry is all family-owned. So we're going to support foreign families or American farm families. So thank you. Hussein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our take on it is, instead of listening to any cuts into the farm insurance program, we should actually actively be advocating for strengthening and improving all aspects of the crop insurance program. As we look at historical weather patterns, or potentially, if you can believe the long-range forecasters, and I'm sure we all do, that the wheat belt, the Great Plains, could be set for another weather pattern like the Great Depression and the Dust Bowl. So as this potentially unfolds, our farmers are under greater peril, because in wheat we have 6 classes of wheat grown the width and breadth of the nation, and any cuts to crop insurance would be disastrous to the American farmer and the food supply, food security, and I'm afraid ultimately national security. So therefore, we would urge you to please do everything you can to help the farmers before you here today make a good program better.
Very good. I don't have much time left, but I do want to check in our last 2 witnesses. Mr. Meeker?
Keep it short and sweet. If it wasn't for federal crop insurance, I wouldn't be the 6th generation to farm my family's farm in Sumner County, and there's probably no chance of the 7th generation that's at home right now being able to take over.
That pretty much says it all. That's good. Mr. McMillan?
Yeah, I don't know that I can add much to that these gentlemen haven't covered, but it is a crucial part of the overall safety net that we have. Our priority is the PLC program, but we need crop insurance. Like the gentleman just said, we probably couldn't get an operating loan if we didn't have crop insurance to show them.
Very good. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chair now recognizes Ms. Brown for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I did with the first panel, I'd like to start out with a question for the group. During our full committee hearing, we have discussed the rising cost of inputs at the farm gate and how those costs ultimately affect food prices at the grocery store. What are the predominant inputs required for growing your commodity? And can you give us an idea of input price increases and any corresponding price availability? And I'd like to start with Mr. McMillan and work my way back. So, all of you, but I'll start with Mr. McMillan, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're asking about our key inputs, and what was the last part of your question?
The input prices increases and corresponding price availability.
Yes, so our key inputs are anything from seed, fungicides, and crop protectants are a big part of our inputs, and as our cost of production has increased significantly, and that's why the cost of production needs to be tied to the reference price, and we need to see that reference price increase.
You know, some of my crop inputs would be fuel and fertilizer, of course. Labor, the labor market is a huge part of my input cost as well. Those predominant prices have gone up anywhere from 100 to 300%. My cash price has not done that, and when I go to the grocery store, I get to luckily do most of the grocery shopping at our house. And when I go to the grocery store with the list that my wife provides for me, it hits me at about that same amount too. And it's devastating. It's been devastating in my community, at the grocery store and at the farm level. And we would love to engage with you in how there can maybe be some corrective measures taken by this committee and the full committee.
Using USDA's total cost of production, the average cost of production over the past decade was $7.12 a bushel. Meanwhile, the wheat reference price is $5.50 and the FSA loan rate is $3.38 a bushel. I think we can draw a little bit of a conclusion what's going on there. Where I farm in the Klamath project, my power cost can hit $126 an acre for 130 bushels of wheat and a 4-cutting alfalfa crop. My irrigation district O&M, it'll be $85 an acre next year. I just paid 49 cents a pound for spring wheat seed. It's going to be late going in. It's not going to stool. It's not going to tiller. Be 200 pounds of seed at 50 cents, over 500 for fertilizer. And there are times with interest and the rising cost of fuel, you begin to wonder why you even bother. But I love doing it, so I will bother.
Thank you.
Like most have said on this panel, it's labor, fuel, diesel, and input cost, fertilizer. I can speak directly to our farm. From 2021 to 2022, we spent from right at $127,000 to over $250,000, and that's just more in 1 year. Our potassium went from $330 all the way up to over $1,000 a ton. Labor, like everywhere, is difficult to come by these days. It's a tight labor market. But one note I would like to make, we are, as commodities, we are price takers, not price makers. So we are at the beg and mercy of the market.
And everybody's pretty well said a lot of the same thing for me. My input costs are fuel, the seed, fertilizer, everything. Fertilizer is more than doubled from last year, a year ago. Our seed price has gone anywhere from 20 to 35% higher. Diesel fuel has gone almost doubled from what I was paying 2 years ago. And so according to the University of Illinois, the cost production for soybeans break even is $12.39. That's at least for in Illinois. I cannot speak for the rest of the country. And all of us, because we're so widespread, the cost production for different farms can vary from that price.
And it seems my time has expired, so I'll have other questions for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Brown. And we have, you've all hit on this a little bit, but I want to go back just again and reiterate this. So you were talking about soybeans, and you said the average cost of production is $12.39. And according to my records, the reference price is $8.40. And loan is $6.20. And if we could, I know you said you don't have a reference price on sugar. What is the loan rate on sugar?
I believe it's 19.75 cents.
Okay. And as we go down the path, wheat, do you know the average cost of production in the country, Mr. Chain?
I was having difficulty hearing. Could you please repeat the question?
For wheat, what does it cost you to produce a bushel of wheat?
Our cost of production, we figure, is about $7.12 a bushel.
Okay. And reference price being $5.50 and loan is $3.38 on wheat. Is that correct?
Yes, $5.50 on wheat.
Oh, right. $5.50 reference price, but loan would be $3.38. And I assume that few people use loan anymore simply because the values are so low. Is that?
That is correct.
Is that correct? And so, Mr. Meeker, for your crops, what is average cost of production and reference price?
Well, I only prepared for sorghum today,
Okay.
so I can't talk to all of them.
Okay.
I could text Dad. He could probably give it
Well,
to me pretty
just-
quick.
just
But
give-
for
just give it
sorghum,
to us on sorghum.
For sorghum, it's a $5 break even, really close. I can get you closer to that if you want. But
No,
$5 is pretty good break even cost. Our reference price is $3.95. And the loan rate in Sumner County is $3.99 per hundredweight, which is far below the cost of production.
Okay, but your loan rate is 339.
Per hundredweight,
Okay.
not per bushel.
Oh,
per
okay, I got you. I was,
I'd have to do.
that explains why my
my-
numbers, that explains why my
Yeah.
numbers
Yeah,
didn't
so
make it
I'd
work.
have to do some figuring here. I couldn't get to the website where it figured it by bushels.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll spend a little more time with you, Mr. McMillan. You mentioned that that across peanut representative farms, the cost of production per ton increased 26.31% from 2021 to 2022. You also state total variable input cost increased 33.48%, and that the reference prices haven't been a functional safety net since the 2021 crop year. Now you're an eighth-generation farmer, and your family has weathered a lot of events over the last 250 years. That reference price on peanuts, $5.35 a ton. Loan is $3.55 a ton.
Yes, sir.
Do the peanut farmers use loan anymore with that price as low as it is?
Yes, sir. I mean, I believe that
You do still?
the marketing loan program is used by a lot of peanut growers.
At the same rate that it was 5 years ago or 10 years ago?
Yes, sir. I mean,
Okay.
and
All right.
potentially that could be looked at for an increase, but I think we've looked at it with an economist, and we think that the most beneficial thing for growers is a reference price increase, and that's what would help them the best.
Well, can you expand a little further on how, you and future generations will be affected if we don't increase reference prices and improve that safety net? And I also want you to explain why we should have a voluntary base acre update.
Okay. Yeah, so if
And
we
I've
don't
got a
have
minute.
an increase in the reference price, and let me just say, we really don't want to be reliant on a safety net. We don't want to be in that position, but we need it. And if we don't have an increase in the reference price, what's happening with that deficit that we have from 535 to 668, that's being rolled over into land loans. We are using up the equity that we have in our equipment, and eventually it's going to catch up with us, and we aren't going to be able to stay in it very much longer. And then for the base update, we would like to see those new growers that are in Florida, Arkansas, Missouri, these new areas, and even in my own state, if there's growers that haven't had the chance to get base, see a voluntary base update from growers with and without base.
All right. Thank you all for your testimony. I now recognize Ms. Davids of Kansas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses this afternoon and our witnesses on the earlier panel as well. I represent the 3rd District in Kansas, and the 3rd District is home to small, medium-sized family farms, urban and rural areas, everything from hobby farms to poultry producers, specialty crops, some row crops. And then, of course, the state of Kansas grows a lot of commodities that support not just our country, but the entire world. And I am wanting to better understand Title I programs and the tools that are being used. We've heard some of that today. And as I'm kind of talking to folks at home and learning, I definitely have heard a lot about the ways that USDA programs work, or maybe sometimes don't. And we've heard a bit about them today, ARC and PLC, and those are administered by the Farm Service Agency. I'm wondering if you all could talk to me a little bit more about that. In the 3rd District, we have a consolidated Miami and Johnson County Farm Service Agency. It's in Paola, and they help tons of people. And I also know that they're having a hard time finding staff. They're doing as much as they can to help people, but there are a lot of folks who are retiring. That institutional knowledge is leaving, and that also means the newer folks are taking on increased workloads. I'm curious, and Mr. Cates, if you could talk a bit about, because you mentioned a bit about this in your testimony, in your Farm Bill priorities, about us considering USDA staffing, and then the technological capabilities. Could you just kind of expand on that a little bit and talk to us about the FSA offices and appropriate levels of staffing and that sort of thing?
Staffing at NRCS and the Farm Service Agency, luckily in my county, well, NRCS is short-staffed in both counties that I farm, in Monroe and St. Clair County. And the FSA agency both have positions on that they need, but are told that they cannot hire at this point. Luckily, we've got a good enough staff that we are getting it done, but they are both short-staffed. And with the NRCS is very short-staffed and have concerns with the new conservation programs that have been initiated back in December with that bill, that whether or not with such short staff, if that money can be appropriated in a timely manner to get the conservation programs done that need to be done in that time frame.
I saw a lot of heads nodding, and I was going to move on, but I think I'll probably, because I wanted to talk some about the reference pricing and base acres and that sort of thing. But if others want to chime in on this, and then I'll follow up with written questions to you all.
So thank you for the question, Ms. Davids, and thank you for what you do for the service for the state of Kansas. I appreciate that. I fall in Congressman Estes's district, but thank you for your work in the Kansas City area. The FSA offices, they are overwhelmed, quite frankly. And because of ad hoc disaster assistance and other CCC funds that have gone through the offices, they've been overwhelmed. It's pretty hard for them to do the things that they typically do every day or should be doing every day, and it's hard for them to get through that work list when you have so many of these ad hoc disaster programs or other programs that are coming in. I would love to see some sort of a disaster program that's predictable, that comes through the Farm Bill, that is part of their normal working daily things, and have a smaller reliance upon ad hoc and other emergency disaster assistance. I think that would, do very well. And the technology, I can see what my dad's doing today on the farm with my phone. I can do a lot of things with FSA from my phone too, and I'd appreciate that opportunity.
Oh, awesome. And I will absolutely follow up with additional questions. Thank you. I yield back. Thanks.
Chair now recognizes Mr. LaMalfa for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank our panelists for coming in here for our round 2 here today. It's very important we get to the bottom of what you're facing, and as we help to shape the Farm Bill with that. Our listening sessions around the country have been pretty helpful as well. So I want to come to Mr. Cates there. I've got a question here on the testimony you submitted. A USDA report did project a 20% drop in net cash farm income in 23 relative to 22. So is it equal component of price of your commodity or costs that continue to go up? And all ours skyrocketed in 22. Is it how would you explain the 20% drop in net cash?
It's going to be a combination of both input costs to us and also the drop in the commodity prices.
Yeah, so equally both?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Now, when we talk, I live the same input costs as you all with farming rice in California. So our fertilizer tripled last year, fuel doubled, and I'm a rice seed grower, so I don't complain about seed prices as much. But it's the same for them. To produce that seed, they got to recoup to get it back from you all that buy the seed too. So what do you think? And just go across the panel if you wish on our energy policy in this country. That obviously our fuel comes from gas and diesel, but also where our energy is used to produce nitrogen, fertilizer, et cetera. Do you want to just whistle down the line there? Each give you 10 or 15 seconds on that.
Yes, our energy prices are definitely having an impact on our cost of production. As you said, with the fertilizer cost, so it depends on fuel. Our diesel prices have increased, so it is definitely a huge impact on our energy prices.
What should the United States be doing about energy?
We definitely need to be able to try and lower the energy costs somehow.
Right.
For sugarcane in particular, we're very proud to say that we use the sugar rind, the rind of the sugarcane, to run our mills as a renewable source of energy, and it's something that helps keeps us going, keep us very sustainable. As everybody's going to mention on the panel, yes, diesel costs have eaten into margins. It's made it very difficult. Anything that can be done to help that would be very welcomed.
Okay. Mr. Chain.
I believe that the fuel and fertilizer costs are really hurting us badly. My suggestion would be, I think this nation is capable of getting some type of like a small-scale Manhattan project off the ground where we could get environmentally friendly fertilizer plants here in America, close to the source where they need to be used, and get these products out to the American farmer. And I think we can do, as a nation, a much better job than what we are. Just food for thought.
Yes, sir. All right. I'm gonna end it right there on that question. Mr. Shane, you want to talk anything about your particular situation in your basin there with water supply?
Well, sir, I think you're one of the more well-versed people I know, but our situation in the Klamath Basin is very, very unpleasant. We've got over 200% of snowpack. We're going to get maybe 60% of our irrigation allocation because of the Endangered Species Act. We're told that the ESA is the law of the land. I have come to full circle where I look at the ESA as the flaw of the land. And while our resource of irrigation water is being taken for the Endangered Species Act.
From the Klamath Project, which was built
Klamath
with
Project,
agriculture
yes,
in mind directly.
Yes, being directly denied the resource. And we're being told by agencies in the federal government that we have no take because the ESA allows it to be taken.
So you're not out anything. They just get to come in your house and take your stuff, but since it's ESA, it's not considered actually a take.
Correct. That's
slick.
Perfect analogy.
Yeah. So you face this in the last 3 or 4 years of having your water. Well, in 2020, they wanted to take the water mid-season after you were planted, and we were able to help get you through that season.
Yeah. After our crops are already dead, they make the decision to give a little bit of water.
Yeah.
I guess I feel better now that I've given up all hope.
I will yield back, Mr. Chairman. Hang in there. God bless you.
Don't ever give up hope. Mr. Bishop, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Let me thank all of you for appearing today. You've been very, very helpful and very frank, and you have covered a lot of the areas that I wanted to raise with you. Can I get you to just, in a general sense, talk about the process that a producer has to go through to fulfill eligibility requirements, like demonstrating that a producer has met the adjusted gross income limitation, actively engaged requirements? Is it a straightforward process, Each of you could just tell me how how that impacts your areas. Starting with Mr. Cates, and if you would, quickly.
I guess, can you repeat that? I didn't quite hear it all.
I was wanting to know how the process that a producer, one of your commodity compatriots, has to go through to fulfill the eligibility requirements. I know that the eligibility requirements, you have to demonstrate that you've met the adjusted gross income limitation, that you're actively engaged, the entity is actively engaged, and those requirements for eligibility, are they straightforward, or do we need to do something in the Farm Bill to try to clarify it?
In my area, I think it's pretty straightforward, the eligibility for determination of our FSA programs.
Yeah, I would echo that. It seems pretty straightforward. Honestly, we go to the CPA and work very closely with them, and then turn that into FSA.
I think they're very straightforward. I'm fortunate that I've got a very good staff at my FSA office. I would just throw out the only flaw I see in reference to her question. State of Oregon, we got 36 counties, but I think we're down to maybe 5 FSA loan officers. The one servicing my county has a 4-hour drive one way. So if we want to get any of our new next generation farmers involved, I would suggest that we look into staffing and sustainability in the staffing, because you just get a really high quality person trained, they get headhunted by a private bank, and we're back to ground zero.
The paperwork seems to be pretty straightforward for us.
I agree with these gentlemen, and our FSA office helps us out very well.
Well, I serve on the Appropriations Committee, and staffing is an issue that we hear about, as well as the technological upgrades for the department. Do you have any comments? I think I've heard you, in response to Ms. Davis, talk about that, but I guess you pretty much laid it out that it's understaffed, and you need to take full advantage of new technologies, and that would be helpful. Is that correct? I see all of the head nods. Tell me about your input prices. The economic conditions for your commodity obviously has changed since the 2018 Farm Bill. So your energy prices, I assume, are impacting your business. Tell me about that, the input increases, and how do you think we can actually accommodate that in the Farm Bill? Price loss, when you got prices high, but input prices are up. So how do we need to factor that cost of input into the Farm Bill that will give you the safety net that you need?
The problem isn't today. The problem's probably a year or two from now, when we have low commodity prices with still high input prices. That's when there's going to be a real issue, and you're probably not going to be seeing many people my age that would be testifying, and definitely younger.
About margin protections, is that an idea that you think would work?
You know, there are some ideas with margin protection. We've looked at it with the sorghum industry, and we haven't found a good fit yet, but that's something that we're going to continue to actively work on. But again, I think the issue is going to be coming in the future, not today.
For peanuts, I think that the price loss coverage program works really well, and when you factor in, or the framework is very well if we have a reference price increase, and when you factor in the cost of production with that reference price, then that protects us really well.
Thank you. I think my time has expired.
Ms. Miller.
Yes, thank you to everyone for coming out for this hearing. And I want to say, Mr. Cates, it's so nice to have a fellow Illinoisan here and a fellow soybean producer. So in the last panel, and also this panel, we've been talking about the importance of our insurance protections. And I was wondering if you could discuss how crop insurance has benefited you on your farm.
It's been a huge benefit, especially to make sure that there is some protection in case of a weather disaster. There's been, in my own particular, almost every year, I used crop insurance we have some kind of weather event in the spring that I have to come back and either replant some corn or some soybeans. And so I am using my crop insurance to help pay for that replant. And the biggest thing is in case of a huge weather event like we had in 2012, if it wouldn't have been for my crop insurance, it could have been a true disaster in making sure that you could put a crop out the following year.
Thank you. I'd like to say that crop insurance gives us the courage to go on another year, doesn't it? So also, in light of inflation being on the rise, you've all shared how input costs are skyrocketing to a painful place, and then with the federal government raising interest rates, what I'm worried about is that credit could potentially become too expensive for producers. So would you each share with me, if you have any ideas, how do you feel this will impact the Agricultural Committee, and how can we begin to prepare a safety net for farmers now? Mr. Cates, would you like to go first?
Yeah, the rising interest rate is definitely, especially for a beginning farmer, is going to be huge. I mean, just my operating loan from Farm Credit now has jumped to 8.25%.
As a younger farmer, really just starting out, it's been a major hurdle to overcome. With rising interest rates, we will see younger farmers not have the ability to purchase the equipment they need to really enter the industry. It could be a big hurdle for most.
Interest rates are becoming a significant problem in farm country. I had loans a couple of years ago that were at 3%. My banker and I actually got along. Now they're at 10%. We're not seeing eye to eye so much.
Mm-hmm. That's painful.
Access to credit is a huge thing for me on my operation. Federal crop insurance allows me to access that credit. It allows me to leverage what I know my production is to manage my risk. It's the largest risk management tool I carry in my toolbox is federal crop insurance, and it helps me mitigate some of that risk of interest. However, as we see rising interest rates, it's going to be the ones that have the financial stability and ability who will be able to continue to farm, not the ones that have to use lending as an option. And, you know, my dad has a different checkbook than I do. My dad's liable to still be farming, and I'll be looking for a job in town again. And my dad's 70, I'm 40. I think I've got a lot more opportunities to farm physically than my dad does, but his checkbook allows him to farm a lot longer than mine does.
Yeah, I'll just echo something that he just said. As credit becomes tighter, I may be looking for something else to do. And I don't know that folks my age will be able to continue to farm. And then that's a food security issue.
Thank you. And, you know, my husband and I are farmers, so I feel your pain. And then, Mr. Cates, one last question real quick. Trade's out of the subcommittee's jurisdiction, but do you support increased investments in trade promotion programs such as MAP and FMD?
Definitely needs to be doubled. I mean, with the MAP at 200 million, and when you take inflation into consideration, we're only really getting about, compared to what it was in the beginning, 113 million out of that is compared to what it was in the beginning 18, 20 years ago. So yes, it definitely needs to be increased, because that FMD and MAP programs is what will help secure future trade in areas in case we have another situation like what happened with China.
Yes, and we don't want to be left behind. Thank you.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Ms. Budzinski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member. Appreciate it. And thank you to the panelists for being here today. I was hoping I could ask you a little different question, but just to get your thoughts on it, which regards young farmers. I have an agricultural advisory council, and I'm in central and southern Illinois, and that help provide real feedback to me as we're in this Farm Bill negotiations and having these hearings. One of the things that I heard from the very first meeting was the need to create more of a pipeline and bring new people, young people into agriculture. And I know you've talked a little bit about some of the challenges that current farmers are facing, but as we're trying to attract the next generation of farmers, what we can be doing. And last week I was really proud to help reintroduce the Young Farmer Success Act, along with our gracious committee chairman, G.T. Thompson, which works to expand public service loan forgiveness program for certain farmers, and am also working on other legislation to expand access to young and beginning farmers as well. I'd appreciate your thoughts on what we can do to entice more individuals to go into farming.
Access to credit through FSA would be an incredibly important tool. For me, it was not something that was actually a viable tool for me to use because how I entered into the operation. By the time I needed to start securing those loans that were of consequence to the operation, I had already been in farm production for more than 5 years, so I was no longer a young or beginning farmer. However, I was still a young and beginning farmer in the real terms. And so I think looking at how we maybe evaluate and we maybe look at how those rules are written, that might be a really good option. I'm a child of the 80s. I saw my dad in the 80s farm crisis. I don't want to be that for my children. And access to credit and making sure that they can, excuse me.
Take your time.
It's an important thing to have young generation on the farm, and we need to figure out how we can continue to entice the young generation to the farm and not export the greatest generation that we have, and that's the next one.
Thank you.
I would urge a complete overhaul of the FSA Beginning Farmer Program.
Mm-hmm.
It, like me, has gotten old, and it's tired. It needs an upgrade. As a casual observer of the program from a safe distance, a young farmer gets just enough money out of the program to get in real trouble real fast.
Mm-hmm.
And the rug gets jerked out from under them at warp speed.
Mm-hmm.
And if they had an adequate capital to get up and running, on their feet and going, I think we could manage to get some real success stories. As it is, when they get the rug jerked out from under them, that generation has lost agriculture, that skill set, all that knowledge. It just goes to town and it's lost. So I'd ask you to conserve some of your money to give that program a complete overhaul.
Thank you. Anyone else on the panel? I appreciate your candor and your stories, personal, sharing your thoughts on that. I had one other question. I know we've talked a lot about crop insurance, but I think something that Mr. Cheen, I think you'd mentioned during your testimony was just the impact more largely for rural communities and the importance and the connection between fully investing in our crop insurance programs and what that means more largely to our rural communities. I think you mentioned banking and access to, extending lines of credit, what that might mean, though more broadly. If any of you might be willing to speak to that, the impact and the importance of crop insurance for our rural communities.
Well, as many farmers get in debt with their vendors, it's before we know that we've got a disaster on our hands. When we get that insurance payment, we're able to get our bills paid. Not only does it keep us whole, we keep our vendors whole. So it gives a ripple effect out through the community, and it's a stabilizing hand on the community. And I think that's of paramount importance because the PLC safety net, the price has to fall by almost 2/3, 62%. And by the time, I'm used to watching disasters unfold, but by the time you fall that far, you might have a heart attack and be gone before the net catches you. So it just too much, too little, too late.
Okay, thank you. I'll yield back. Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady. Mr. Finstad, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first of all, Mr. Meeker, thank you for reminding me why I'm doing this. And I'm a little jealous. I'm the fourth generation farming our farm, raising the fifth, but you're the sixth going on the seventh. That's awesome. And really, that just solidifies what we're doing here and why we have to get this right. We have to make sure that we write a farm bill for the farmer, by the farmer. And again, it's not for you and I. It's for our kids. It's to make sure that the John Deere tractors keep farming my farm for generations to come. And so thank you all. We've had really an awesome opportunity to have 10 amazing witnesses today come to talk to us about what the family farm looks like. And it looks different. Each one of you described something very different. And for us, that diversity and that uniqueness is what really makes farm country amazing. And really, just the honor for us to work in the most honorable, noble profession that this country has, and that's farming. So thank you for being here and representing your commodities. I'm a corn and soybean farmer from southern Minnesota. I raise corn, soybean, and kids. And I'm just really honored to be here and to have you here in front of us. I did some math. As a farmer, common sense farmer, I like to play around with numbers and try to figure out how do I get to that next generation of farm succession planning. And so if I look at reference prices, $3.70 for corn, $8.40 for soybeans. I just quickly looked up my local co-op. My July corn right now is $6.16. July beans is $14. I look at break even, $5.10 for corn, $12 for beans. Doesn't take a math genius to figure out that we're pretty tight. Reference prices, this Title I, what is this ARC and PLC we talk of? I haven't seen this or heard of it. I don't know for sure what it is. Crop insurance has been the number one tool on our farm that has really provided me the opportunity from day one with the banker to end of crop in the combine marketing decisions, and that's what provides the opportunity to continue. So as we look at safety net, as we talk about crop insurance, as we talk about ARC, as we talk about PLC, my question, and I'll start with you, Mr. Cates, what is it like knowing that what is it like to farm knowing that you do not have really an effective Title I farm safety net with the ARC and PLC where we're at right now, and what should the committee do to focus on improving this in the future?
It's a little scary knowing where we're at, and so that's why it's so important to get it right now to be able to raise the ARC and PLC, get the program to the point of being able to get the where we have to be able to I'm losing my thought here.
Probably reference pricing.
Yes, the reference price.
Yeah.
We have to be able to get that at a different level where we're more competitive than where we are right now. That reference price is, if for every one of us sitting here, is way too low.
Yeah, and I appreciate that comment. And if you just look at the conversation that we just had in regards to the inputs, look at the reference price, the break even that I just talked about, we're already upside down.
Right.
And when we talk about generational farms, like Mr. Meeker and myself and all of us are working so hard to preserve, that makes or breaks a generational change of farm. If you're upside down, you can only sustain that obviously so long, and especially from a young farmer perspective. So, I think this is something important, something that we have to get right in the Farm Bill. I have about a minute left here, so I'll move along. Just quickly, just maybe kind of a yes or no up and down the line here. I hear from Minnesota farmers the FSA's loan size limitations haven't kept up with the rising prices. We talk about the inputs. We talk about farmland prices. The current cap makes it more difficult for farmers, especially beginning farmers, to access the FSA guarantee loans. So I guess just a quick yes or no up and down the line. Do you think that farm country would benefit from modernizing these limits in the Farm Bill? Mr.
Yes.
Gates?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I would just close with this. It hurts my heart a little bit to hear the shortage of staff on the FSA side. The USDA has 100,000 employees. I think we have a prioritizing problem, not maybe a staff shortage. So we can work on that, and I look forward to working with my colleagues here on that. Mr. Chair, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Davis.
Thank you so much, and to the chair and our ranking member, thank you for having us here, and to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, it was great joining you in Eastern North Carolina with the gentleman from California there. So just want to recognize you for that and being on the Warren Farms. To our witnesses who are here today, it was great chatting, saying hello earlier, and thank you for being with us. And it's obvious as we hear not only the wisdom, but the passion that you bring. And thank you for doing the Lord's work here. To ensure a robust agriculture sector in Eastern North Carolina, we must strengthen the safety net for our soybean producers. In doing so, Congress must address the growing discrepancy between plant acres and base acres, which ballooned to 30 million acres last year. Mr. Cates, what specific steps can Congress take to close the agriculture risk and price loss coverage gap to assure soybean farmers that they will have protection in the event of a trade war with China or other unforeseen market shocks?
Well, several things would be to increase the reference price, change the ARC so that it is more up to date, and we need to go ahead and be able to have a voluntary base update for the farmers that would also be beneficial to even those young farmers.
Okay. And the most recent Ag Economy Barometer report cited input cost as the top concern for producers for the year ahead. In an inflationary environment, fertilizer costs are putting the squeeze on our farmers, as you mentioned in your testimony, Mr. McMillan. In your capacity representing the U.S. Peanut Federation, would you, Mr. McMillan, support initiatives to onshore the production of fertilizer to stabilize long-term prices and avoid dependence on strategic competitors, even doing so, if doing so would even mean higher prices in the immediate short term?
I may have to get back to you in the written record on that question, but I do think something needs to be done about these increases that we're facing, because like I said in the testimony, we've seen prices double, even triple, and it's hard to move from one year to the other with those kinds of increases.
Could I speak to that?
Please.
So I think I would love, I'm not an energy guru by any stretch of the imagination, but I do know that the American spirit is that if you give us a challenge, we'll meet that challenge and usually beat it. And I think it would be fantastic to unleash the ability of our economic energy, of our domestic energy program to not only produce that domestic energy, but also the domestic fertilizer. And I think short term, yeah, you may have a price hike, but we've had an incredible price hike already. I mean, what's 10% more, really? Not much. But if we can have long-term sustainability with a domestic supply of energy and fertilizer, I'd welcome that any day.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Case, can you walk me through the consequences if Congress fails to provide adequate funding for the Market Assistance Program, the Foreign Market Development Program, as tensions racket up with our trade competitors, including China?
I think you're going to see a situation where it's going to be very harmful to the farmers and the future of farming for the next generation of farmers, because without it, I think you're going to see the young generation not want to farm, and that those that are in it could have difficulty continuing to farm.
Yeah. Well, again, I thank this panel, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Rose is recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate our witnesses bearing with us today and being here. One of the core charters of this subcommittee is risk management. And I want to talk a little bit about data privacy, which maybe is something we haven't talked about today, unless I missed it, Chair Rouser. We have seen a number of high-profile data breaches and cyber attacks in recent years, kind of across the spectrum, but oftentimes targeting government. And I'd like to ask each of you, from the perspectives of the producers that you represent, to discuss how concerned you are with maintaining the privacy of your individual data and how important it is to make sure that USDA doesn't release private farm data without the consent of the producers that you represent. Does anybody like to talk about that?
Well, I think it is very important that the data be kept private. What is the farmer's data should be the farmer's, and it should only be up to that farmer if he wants to share that data.
Anyone else want to weigh in on that?
Well, at this point, it's almost like farming on your phone. Before this committee started, I was checking on the tractors in the field right here, and it scares me quite a bit that one little breach on this phone could bring our operation to its knees. It's something of very high priority, and honestly, nobody has really tackled this issue to that point.
As a follow-up, I'd like to ask each of you to think about how safe, or comment on how safe do you feel that your private data is in the hands of USDA? Are you feel confident about that?
I guess I would say I, sir, am an eternal optimist. I would hope that my data is safe the same way I would hope my bank is keeping the data on my money safe. It has real and lasting and meaning value to me, and I didn't get all of that data compiled just so some schmuck could steal it from us collectively.
Has anyone had a bad experience or know of one with respect to USDA-held data?
I have a perfect track record in keeping it whole, and I hope to get retired with my record intact.
I don't have a specific issue, but I think that it is an issue that we probably ought to think about and address. We do a lot of things much differently than we did 20 years ago, 50 years ago, and I think our thought process probably needs to be modernized across the board, whether it be with data security or financial lending from FSA as well.
Let's shift gears then. In March's Ag Economy Barometer published by Purdue, and I'm a Purdue alum, so I picked this question out so I could say Purdue a couple of times, maybe fit it in 3 or 4. Surveyed producers listed high input costs and rising interest rates as top concerns for farmers. Can each of you speak to how these issues are affecting your operations? And maybe, and probably you've already to some degree covered this, but with a specific reference to the support programs and the level of support that's currently available vis-a-vis the inflation that we've seen in those input costs.
Well, like I say, with the rising interest rates is definitely a concern. I mean, I'm in fairly good shape. The problem is, at the end of the year, you know, I run out of money, and so to purchase the inputs for the next growing year, come usually in December, I'm having to borrow operating. And like I said, every time the federal interest rate goes up, guess what? My farm interest credit from Farm Credit interest rate goes up. I'm at 8.25. By the time December comes, I might be over 9% interest for my operating loan. So it is a major concern.
Rising inputs cost, really, they bring home the point that we need strong sugar policy in the Farm Bill. That is our safety net. Without it, we're sunk.
Sure.
Input costs are becoming a major headache. I have one bank that I deal with that is up to 10% already on one line of credit. Some of my fuel and fertilizer has almost tripled in the last couple of years. So yeah, we're having to cut back, try to get less done with more. There are certain improvements that will not be made in a timely manner, and that is impacting the efficiency of the farmer. And that's the one thing we can really control, and it's being taken away just through attrition.
And of course, you'll just raise your prices if your input costs go up, right? All right. Thank you. I see my time's expired. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. De La Cruz for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for hosting this important hearing. The Farm Bill isn't something that happens every year, which I think is good, as it allows Congress the time to look at the policies in the past and see whether they have been working or not working. As a result, we're able to make good, informed policy changes to strengthen the farm safety net and support rural America. You know, I look forward to working with my colleagues on the other side to help strengthen this industry and to support stakeholders across this industry with good legislation, and specifically working with our farmers in Texas and across this country. Now, as my question is really to everybody on this panel, I know in talking to producers in my area, crop insurance is really critical. I come from an insurance background. That is my previous life, being in insurance. And so I understand how important insurance can be. Now, for the most part, lenders require farmers to carry insurance, and generally it works well. Could each of you briefly comment on the role crop insurance plays in your industries and the typical policy carried by your member?
Well, I carry 80% on my corn and 70% on my soybeans. It is critical for the crop insurance. I think one thing that would be helpful if we could have maybe a higher rate at a more advantageous cost factor to the farmer would be helpful. I think the big thing is, you know, ad hoc is supposed to be for a major disaster, and I'd rather see money spent into a crop insurance to maybe lower our premiums at a higher rate of insurance. That would be, I think, more advantageous than worrying about an ad hoc program whenever just anything comes about.
Thank you. And I would like to hear from each of you what changes or improvements you think we can make in this specific area. And if you're a specialty crop, how insurance has been effective in your specialty crop.
So for sugarcane, we're not eligible for ARC or PLC. There are insurance products available. Our farm did an analysis about 3 years ago and just found it to be too expensive for the coverage that's available, and honestly just wasn't a viable option for us. The hurricane insurance program has been invaluable for farmers, especially along southern Louisiana, but for our farm where we're located, it was just too expensive for the coverage available.
Thank you.
On my farm, we utilize an 80% yield protection coverage. I choose this because it's the highest amount I feel that I can afford. I'd like to insure it at a higher level, but the premiums become too expensive for us to pay. So as others have stated, I think it would be very beneficial to strengthen the crop insurance program and eliminate the need for ad hoc programs down the road. And I guess I view it no different than a homeowner taking fire insurance out on a home. In a perfect world, we never need to use it.
Thank you.
For the sorghum industry, and especially in your district in South Texas, irrigated and higher rainfall areas have a 70 to 75% buy-up. The dry land areas, such as the High Plains and the Panhandle of Texas and western Kansas, eastern Colorado, are more of a 60, 65% buy-up area. You know, the higher end buy-up is just price prohibitive. You wouldn't have recommended any of your customers to buy product at a high rate if the return was never going to be there. So I think some of the ratings could be changed. If we could look at how the rating is could be changed relevant to what production history is. I think there could be some ways that we could manipulate that and still keep the actuarial tables sound.
Thank you. And in 6 seconds or less.
Well, I would just say quickly, for on the peanuts, one thing that could be improved is the revenue protection. I believe it is tied to other oilseed commodities. It's not even tied to a peanut price. And if there were some way to tie it back to peanuts, I think it would work a lot better.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, and I yield back.
I'm going to give a roster update before I go to Mr. Nunn. We're going to go Nunn, Carbajal, Johnson, Crockett. Everybody good with that? They give you a second? Okay. All right, Mr. Nunn, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. And appreciate team being out here today. I know you've got a lot of folks who are back at home, working in the field, doing the best they can. Of those, as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and I have very much agreed, is that providing an on-ramp, particularly for young farmers, this next generation. I think it was talked about, Mr. Meeker, just the amount of technology that's in the field right now that agriculture is starting to change. And that's a lot of really good things. It's a lot of very exciting things. But also the barrier to entry into a farm or a community has also increased. And that makes it difficult for somebody who either didn't get born into it, didn't inherit it, or wants to come into it. And we want all those people to be successful across that board. So one of the things we have talked about for a while now, and I think the chair has been a great leader on this, is on the Farm Services Agency's Small and Beginning Farm Program. I've heard time and time again now when I'm out in the state and I talk with my young farmers how challenging this is, both to navigate and what they're doing. So I wonder if each of you could speak to your individual industry's perspective on this, specifically the most significant impact we could do to either reform or help hone the Farm Service Agency.
Well, I was just nominated to the Board of Supervisors for our local FSA last week and have yet to fill out the paperwork. I'll be happy to report back if I'm invited back to speak to the committee. But working with NRCS, I can say that we have implemented a number of conservation programs and worked very closely with our local NRCS office, and they have been great to work with. And without them, we would not have been able to implement that. But again, I'll be happy to report back on FSA in a couple of weeks.
Good.
I think one thing is that we still need to keep the committee, county committees intact. We need that local control because those farmers in that county know what the situation is. And that is, to me, a very important step that we definitely need to keep.
I feel fortunate that in my county, we've got a very, very good, high-quality staff. But in wheat country, there are some shortages out there. And as stated earlier, I'm really worried about, the loan program and the lack of loan officers. We had a couple of really good ones just get trained up, got headhunted by a private bank. Right. So at some capacity, I don't know how you're going to figure out a way to pay them enough money that private industry can't take those prized employees away from you.
I think from a lending standpoint, the cost of production, the cost of equipment, the cost of capital is incredibly high. I think limitations on the size and the scope of loans needs to be reevaluated. I had I don't know if it's the great fortune or misfortune to get to purchase a new piece of harvesting equipment this year, and I would have not qualified at the FSA office for a loan because of the value of the piece of machinery. I'm fortunate to have a very good rural community bank that I'm very confident in and am grateful for. But some communities and some of my producers in my association don't have that same luxury that I do. And so I think overhauling and modernizing where our lending is at and looking at the value of where we're at with equipment, inputs, cost of production, I think needs to be reevaluated as opposed to just doing the same thing that we've always done.
Good.
I'll just speak to some of your statements at the beginning. I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for a dad and an uncle giving me a hand up and allowing me to be a part of their operation. It's not something you just really get into. So, right now I'm not familiar with some of the programs that may help a young farmer, but going forward, those are things that I'm probably going to need access to. And the better they can be, I think the more likely we are to have young farmers involved.
Well, Mr. Mignola, I would agree with you. I would know a lick about pigs if my mom hadn't showed me how to do it to begin with. So, hey, I want to thank you very much for being here. The things that I think we are learning in this is that your experience is really helping us identify where young farmers have the ability to bring a lot to this field going forward and finding on-ramps for them, both in the credit for a first-time farmer, but also in the experience from a seasoned farmer, really can be a great mesh. I appreciate you being here today. Thank you. With that, Mr. Chair, yield back.
Thank you. And the chair now recognizes Congresswoman Crockett for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to each and every one of you for being here this afternoon to testify. When I was in Waco at our Farm Bill listening session, I heard a lot about the difficulty farmers are facing with high input cost. But I also heard a lot about how resilient farmers are. Farmers alter decisions from planting choices to harvesting techniques to overall farm management to adapt to a changing market. Most of all, I heard about farmers making alterations to survive in challenging climate. As you all know, our planet is heating up, and now we are not just facing higher temperatures, we are dealing with the changes in animal and plant behavior, soil characteristics, weather patterns, and so much more. I know our sugar growers and our sorghum growers in Texas are battling a terrible drought and don't have the water that is owed to us from Mexico. We all know that in the coming years, more folks will be put in situations where they are trying to stretch our limited supply of water even further. Even so, many growers in my state, like farmers and ranchers across this country, are adapting to the harsher climate. Mr. Meeker, I appreciate what you said in your opening statement about how planting sorghum is climate smart because it is resilient to drought. But if I understand correctly, your crop insurance rates aren't reflecting that. Let me be clear, we must maintain actuarial soundness, but I think there are ways to recognize the reality of our climate in our crop insurance policies. Look at health insurance companies, where they've started to see reductions in premiums for wearing things such as health monitoring devices. It is an actuarially sound decision and doesn't punish those who don't want to make the change, it just benefits those that are willing to adapt. I'm glad we're having this hearing because it gives us a chance to start a dialogue. I learned so much from listening to the growers in Waco. So I want to let you in on what I'm thinking, so hopefully we can figure out our best approach. Crop insurance isn't a monolith. There are lots of different policies, so I wonder if there is room for some experimentation. Let me be clear, I would not suggest anything that isn't voluntary and incentivized based. I wouldn't want to leave anyone worse off for continuing their current practice. I don't know if it is a study or an option we offer or incentives for private insurers, but I do know that from the testimony today that many of our commodity growers would benefit from more climate-aware insurance. I hope to explore this issue further with my colleagues, but it must be based on your input both here and following up with our offices. Working together, I think we can ensure American agriculture is both environmentally and economically sustainable for generations to come. So my question for each of the witnesses, starting with Mr. Meeker, is this: what factors of crops you grow or practices you employ are not accounted for by current crop insurance policies that you feel should be considered? Or if none, what should we be thinking about as we consider reauthorizing crop insurance?
75% of the acres of sorghum are raised in a no-till, using no-till technology, no-till methods. That is not documented anywhere in RMA data. That's just your yields have gone up and gone down with using that new using that technology and that management style. You know, we've had the opportunity to engage with the Climate Smart Commodities grant, and we're excited about that. We think that it's going to accentuate the attributes that sorghum has as a water-sipping crop and as a resource-conserving crop, that we'll be able to utilize that and showcase what our abilities are as a crop. But you know, I think there's some really good ways to look at the actuarial tables and look at where our yields have been at because of diverted water from a higher value crop and having some of those zeros taken away. I think that'd be a really awesome opportunity, and RMA really hasn't had that ability to do that yet, and maybe through this committee we can ask RMA to have some of that flexibility.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else? We've still got about 30 seconds.
I would just, I don't know that this is taken into account with crop insurance or not, but one of the great things about peanuts is they're a very sustainable crop, and they use far less water, which is a very valuable resource, as you seem to know. They use far less water than a lot of crops, and so that's a really great thing about peanuts.
On the occasion where I farm, I'm an irrigated farmer. On the rare occasion I have water, I grow a lot of alfalfa hay. There is no effective coverage on alfalfa or grass crops.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Johnson from South Dakota.
Yeah, I want to pick up where Ms. Davids left off, just talking about FSA offices being overwhelmed, and since then we've also talked about some staffing issues, and NRCS isn't jurisdictional this subcommittee, but I would note I hear the same thing about NRCS offices, people working hard, trying to do their best. I guess I'd ask each of you gentlemen, I mean, is there something about the application process for these programs that could be streamlined? I mean, have we made things too complicated? Are they too cumbersome? Any thoughts?
I sometimes think it is too cumbersome. I mean, a lot of times it takes anywhere from 6 months to a year for those of us that do have farmland in the hills to get a plan to do certain conservation practices. And I think that it definitely could be streamlined.
Well, on the FSA side too, I mean, are they asking for information that maybe wouldn't have to be in the application?
In my case, I haven't seen that.
Okay. Anybody else? Thoughts?
I was going to say on the NRCS side and working through programs, a lot of times you have to identify fields and programs 2 to 3 years in advance, and having some flexibility could help implement that. So in sugarcane, we were a rotational crop in that we don't necessarily know when we're going to plow it out. It can go 3, 4, 5 years in the field. So we might identify a field with NRCS and say we want to put this in cover crops 2 years in advance. Well, the yields in that field were fantastic. Why would we want to plow that out and plant a cover crop? Having that flexibility to roll it over to another year would be hugely beneficial for us.
I would say that from an FSA asking for probably data that they don't need, ERP Phase 2 is probably the number one thing on my mind. The first thing that came to my mind with that, they don't need my income tax records. They've got RMA data that tells them what's already happened. That's where the disaster was at. They knew there was a loss. They can utilize that. You know, my direct competition, a lot of times their wife might work in the FSA office, and that'd be pretty healthy information for their operation to have, to know what my income status is compared to theirs when a land sale comes up. So I think there's some opportunities there that we could streamline that. Again, go back using a program that already worked with ERP Phase 1. And I've got other areas of ERP Phase 2 that are really detrimental to my operation. I don't want to bore you with that today at this time, but would love to have conversations with anybody that would like to have those conversations of why I was excluded from ERP.
Well, and let's just dive into ERP Phase 2. You know, for any of you, I mean, how is that rollout going? I mean, what can you teach the committee about where we're at?
Well, I think the rollout's going fine. I can speak for my area and my county. Got good staff, good people, well-trained, well-informed. I hear other stories from other producers in other areas that are the exact opposite of mine. FSA's been good over the years. There's been numerous times when I've had to remind the NRCS people that I manage my farm, not them. To the point of just saying, not interested in your program, we're all done, goodbye.
You know, 2 weeks ago on the dashboard, there was 10 approved ERP Phase 2 approvals. That's pretty pathetic. I'm sorry. That's pathetic. There's a whole lot more than 10 producers that have a need in this country. I don't know what it is now. I think some of the staff back here is trying to find that number for us. They'll get it to you. But we've got poor rollout. We have poor use of our time and our resources, and I would love to have a discussion of how we can make that better in the future. 112 now, so they've gone up, you know, almost 100%. So that's pretty good. But I bet in 2021 and 2020 and 2021, there was more than 112 people that had a problem, and that's detrimental to the farm gate.
Very insightful, gentlemen. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Carbajal for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the witnesses that are here today. Mr. Frischhertz, can you talk about the weather and economic conditions that sugar producers have experienced in recent years, and what can Congress do to help strengthen the current USDA disaster programs?
Well, what's wonderful about sugar is that it's grown in 24 states all across the country. You can have a drought in Minnesota and Texas and too much rain in Louisiana, and that's what we have been experiencing. What we really need is a better product, insurance product, that can help us stand with hurricanes and what we're seeing particularly in Louisiana with hurricanes. But the value of our crop should reflect the value of the product. With the number 16 sugar price, essentially we can bank on a more reliable product, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Whether the weather fluctuates so much from various places across the country, having a more flexible and unified crop insurance program could be very beneficial.
Thank you. Mr. Shane, with climate being an ongoing issue in agriculture, take me through your process of how you as a producer go through in making decisions on crop insurance coverage.
Well, for me, sir, it's been pretty straightforward. I've got a really good crop insurance agent. My son is handling it almost exclusively now. We're able to go in, talk to the agent, figure out the price, the level of coverage, try to outguess Mother Nature, and put together a program that we feel we can afford and will give us the needed amount of security to stay in business if there's a failure. And I kind of look at it when I go in there, the insurance isn't to get rich off of. It's there to keep me whole financially, to live to fight another day. And as long as the Farm Bill can continue to provide that assurance, I think there will be a big sigh of relief throughout the farm country. But to me, it's been a very straightforward and easy process.
Great. Thank you for sharing. Mr. Shane, continuing, as you may know, California experienced severe storms at the beginning of this year. This caused flooding with several crops, including wheat. Can you share your perspective on how Title I commodity programs have functioned for producers during years in which quality problems arise?
Well, with Title I, I guess we're talking Arkin PLC here. The price has to fall 62%, nearly 2/3 before that part of the safety net fills in. And if you're totally reliant on ARC or PLC, there are days you are going to feel like you're chairing the train wreck committee when you get up out of bed because you're wondering whether that net is going to catch you in time. Whereas with the crop insurance, it's pretty immediate, very effective, rapid in payment, and it just gives an additional layer of security that is very, very much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Rouser for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman, and looks like I may be the last one here for you today. And given that you've heard about every question every which way, many pretty much almost identical or related to each other, thought I'd give each of you an opportunity to underscore perhaps the one thing that you really wanted to be asked about, whatever that may be, and or the main point that you really want to stress and get across. And then to follow up that, as you answer, I'd like to know, obviously, when we're crafting a farm bill, and I've been a part of a number of different farm bills in the past, I've had multiple lives in this town. It's all going to come down to how much money we have to work with, how much extra money or how much less money. What's the one thing, if you had to pick one thing that needed to be adjusted, I'd love to know what it is. I think I know that answer, but I want to give each of you an opportunity to speak to it.
I think probably for the soybean farmers would be definitely to be able to increase the reference price and to be able to increase on a voluntary base, our base acres would be one of the most important things.
The number one takeaway for me would be that the sugar policy is vital to our nation, to our local communities, and that we should really examine how the farm safety net could be improved for all Title I commodities.
I think the big takeaway for me in this is in the last two farm bills, agriculture has given up. Other programs involved in the farm bill have not. Or it's only 0.2% spending. I'm hopeful that the Congress can protect crop insurance and help us out on the reference price. Wheat industry views this as just a great way to not only protect the American farmer, but our food security and ultimately our national security, because the food and security are so intertwined now. I would ask everybody involved to please not take our eye off that.
I'd like to take the opportunity to say thank you for the budget and the budget estimate letter that was sent out. I appreciate that. It shows the need, and I know that there is a great need for added dollars into the baseline. And I appreciate you having us here today. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of my commodity organization. I think our main focus is protecting crop insurance, maintaining a relevant safety net or making a relevant safety net. But as we develop a new farm bill, I would like us to make sure that we do not pick winners and losers between commodities. Let's let the natural market decide what crop gets planted. I'm a diverse grower. I raise a lot of different crops. Sometimes market dictates what I raise. It's not just in my rotation. But I don't want government to dictate what I raise. I want the market to be able to dictate that. And then thirdly, just see how we can make that safety net relevant with an increased reference price. Thank you. And again, I appreciate the time.
I also appreciate the letter that was sent to the Budget Committee. There were a lot of good points that were made, and it shows that y'all truly understand. And I understand y'all's constraints, too, and that not everything can be done. But if we could have one thing, that the PLC program, the framework works, but if we could have one thing, we need a reference price increase to have a viable safety net.
Mr. Meeker, I think it was you that mentioned the high cost of equipment. Can you repeat what that specific piece was? A combine, maybe? I can't remember. And then what the price was, if you don't mind?
It was a cotton stripper, and it was $850,000. And if I would have ordered the same cotton stripper, so I ordered that cotton stripper in November of 21. Had I ordered that in November of 22, that would have been over $1 million machine this year. So it's the cost continues to go up, and that cotton stripper purchase might or might not be some of the tax liability reasons why I have an ERP problem.
Well, I have a theory, and then there's multiple contributors to increase of the cost, obviously, but all this new emissions technology with the sensors and everything else, and hell, you can't repair the equipment. You got to send it back to the dealer, and then they got you by the, well, anyhow, you know what I mean.
We're gonna hit the mute button right there.
I'll end there. So, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Before we adjourn today, I would like to invite the ranking member to share any closing comments that she may have. Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. To our witnesses, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to be with us today. We truly appreciate your time and expertise. Your insights regarding the implementation of the 2018 Farm Bill provisions related to Title I and Title XI, along with everything else mentioned today, will inform us in drafting the 2023 Farm Bill. Working together, we can ensure that the farm safety net and crop insurance tools serves all America's farmers, ranchers in an equitable manner, and thank you again.
On behalf of the wheat industry, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for hearing what the farmers of America have had to say. Your help is appreciated.
Well, gentlemen, I want to thank you for being here, and I want to leave you with a few words from the great philosopher, Mr. Jerry Reed. We've got a long way to go and a short time to get there, but we're going to do what they say can't be done in this committee. And with that said, under the rules of the committee, the record of today's hearing will remain open for 10 calendar days to receive additional materials and supplementary written responses from the witnesses to any questions posed by members. This hearing of the Subcommittee on General Farm Commodities, Risk Management, and Credit is adjourned.